Time being 10:05. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 530. And we'll invite up Representative Jessica Lamontagne.
Good morning, and thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. I'm Representative Jessica Lamontagne, representing Stratford District 17, or Dover Ward 5. We have a housing crisis in New Hampshire. The median rent for a two-bedroom apartment across the state is almost $1,800 a month, and that's not affordable for most. In order to afford that level of rent, you would have to have a household income of over $68,000 a year. The median household income in New Hampshire is now close to $90,000. So you think, well, that should be okay, right? But a quarter of our population has a household income of less than $50,000. So that makes it very difficult for low-income people to afford a place to rent. I believe that both the Democratic and Republican caucuses want to prioritize solutions to the housing crisis this year. And there are over 60 housing bills that have been filed this year, but most of them have to do with changing zoning laws or streamlining the permitting process. There are very few that are specific to funding affordable housing projects, and this is one of them. It's understandable why most homes and apartments are built for the high end of the market. That's the only way a private investor can get a return on their investment. And land, building materials, and borrowing costs are higher than ever before. The only way we can assure that affordable housing units are built is through public and private partnerships. And the Affordable Housing Fund is our best tool to help provide the capital at low interest rates in order to build the mix of units that we most need in the state. I know in the city of Dover, we have a seemingly endless number of new apartment buildings that are going up. It's a very hot area, and none of them are affordable. They're all built to the high end of the market. This past fall, I served on a special committee looking at the impact of the housing crisis on people with disabilities. Having an adult stepdaughter with Down syndrome and working in residential home construction myself and being a property rental provider, I thought I knew a little bit about the situation, but it was really eye-opening for me to be on that special committee. The situation and housing for people with disabilities is really dire. For many people with disabilities, they don't just need to find something affordable, they need to find something that's accessible as well. Most new apartments have elevators, but the apartments don't necessarily have ADA bathrooms or hallways. And the reality is that most people with disabilities also have low incomes. If a person is lucky enough to get federal disability compensation, and the average wait time for that is 7 to 8 years, the amount one receives is basically poverty level. So HB 30 is a simple bill. It doubles the amount of money from the real estate transfer tax that goes into the Affordable Housing Fund, increasing it from $5 million to $10 million. It's not a tax increase. It's just requiring that more of the state budget needs to be put into this fund to address the housing crisis. And public and private partnerships using the Affordable Housing Fund are the way we can help nonprofits that manage and build affordable housing properties. For example, an apartment complex that 25% of the units are fully accessible and available to people with disabilities. Or to build supportive housing communities for people with intellectual disabilities who are not able to live completely independently. More and more, we are going to need supportive housing for people who are aging and cannot afford to live in corporate America's version of assisted living. I would say half the seniors in our state are not going to be able to afford an assisted living facility unless they're run by a nonprofit. But if we do that, if we can build facilities like this will help all of us in the housing market, because then you have people in their empty nest homes that have a place to go and then free up that house for a new family looking for a property to buy. The New Hampshire's Affordable Housing Fund is long overdue for an increase. My co-sponsors and I are not the only legislators who think so. I just learned last week that a bipartisan Senate bill, SB 81, virtually was doing the same thing. But their bill is a little more aggressive than mine. It actually calls for, in addition to doubling the amount in the annual budget, it calls for an additional one-time appropriation from the general fund for another $25 million. It is my hope that both of these bills pass, and in the budget process, we can come up with a reasonable appropriation, enough to jumpstart the projects that we need. So, since filing the bill, I have drafted an amendment, which I would like to pass around to you. I probably should have done this before. So, this amendment is partly inspired by the boldness of the Senate bill. I think we took a very cautious approach. Like, let's just double the amount going to the Affordable Housing Fund. But there were two things. One issue is that after seeing the fiscal note, seeing that the increase to the Affordable Housing Fund would come at the expense not just of the general fund, but of the Education Trust Fund. So the wording of the bill was redrafted so that the increase, it changes the language so that the funds going into the Affordable Housing Fund shall be from revenue remaining after the deposit of funds to the Education Trust Fund. The other section of the amendment makes a prospective appropriation to the Affordable Housing Fund, and that's I kind of got this idea from a conversation with Executive Counselor Joe Kenny about the future sale of the Laconia State School, which is going to go for a little over $10 million. And for those who don't know, the Laconia State School was for most of the 20th century, where people with intellectual disabilities were kept isolated from their families, given very little opportunities for education or vocation, and often kept in deplorable conditions. The school was closed in 1991 as part of a broader movement of deinstitutionalization, and residents were sent back to their communities. It's generally felt that there was really not enough planning or funding to house this population of people in their communities. And also many group homes that were set up at the time have failed. That's another whole problem. But the main problem, we see that we really don't have housing, a sustainable housing plan for housing people with intellectual disabilities in their communities. In recent decades, children who were born with disabilities now stay at home with their families and they go to public school, and all that's great. But what we're seeing now is this whole population, many of them are still living with their families and their parents are aging. And these families are really starting to panic about what future housing arrangements their children are going to have. And there are a lot of residential programs out there, but they all have long waiting lists. So we have across the state a number of parent-led groups that want to build supportive housing communities for their adult children with disabilities to live in. Several have already established nonprofit organizations and are actively fundraising, but they need more capital. So the reason I wrote this amendment and thinking about the sale of this school that did so much harm to the population of people with intellectual disabilities is that I see that if we could take that money, which we don't know when it's going to come in. There's an offer again on the table, but it's for about $10 million. If we could earmark that $10 million, perhaps $1 million for each county in the state, that could help support housing for people with intellectual disabilities in their community. And that was my inspiration for the amendment. And it's a way of redressing some of the harm that was done and also helping to fix a problem. So that's it.
Okay. Would you like to take questions?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. Do you understand that taking money from the real estate transfer tax is taking money from the general fund, and that taking the money from the this appropriation from the money, if the Laconia school ever gets sold, is also taking money in the end from the general fund, and that the general fund pays for quite a few of these services, and that the finance committee should have the final say on this?
I do understand that. I think it's a matter of making priorities, and I think we have a crisis in housing, and we need to make that a higher priority. I do realize the money has to come from somewhere, but I think this is the time that we prioritize affordable housing.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So you said you own rental properties. Have you equipped these for handicapped individuals, all your properties, and have you lowered the rents to help get these people into your properties?
Yes and no. My husband and I have owned several rental properties. We sold the last one we owned in order to buy a house to house my stepdaughter in it. And it's what in a it's called a home care providership, in which it's the money for that and the oversight of that is run by one of the community agencies, Community Partners in Dover. And Eliza and another person with Down syndrome live in the house with 2 home care providers. And we do rent that at less than market value. We were able to build a duplex behind that property on the same piece of land. But that we ended up building in townhouse style because that's the way it could fit on the lot. And that's sort of what we have to do. So the 2 new units are not accessible and they're market rate, but that's the way we can afford to rent the main house below market rate.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you. So my brother-in-law, who turned 81 today, it's his birthday, his wife, who's about his age, though she claims she's only 39, have adopted a little girl 30-some years ago. She had been beaten and not realizing how damaged she was. I mean, they're in their 80s and they're still taking care of her. So I mean, it's hard to, I know it's a burden, but I mean, the families, I mean, you yourself,
Yeah.
if you're not taking care of your child, somebody else is. So
Yeah.
Representative,
What
Owens,
do you think
what is
the
the
answer?
question?
Oh, yes, just about to ask it. So what do you think the answer is? Like, if they can do it in their 80s, what's the answer for you or people your age?
Well, let me put it this way. I think my husband, Eliza's father, also coached Special Olympics for many years. And when he saw these older parents trying to take care of their adult child with a disability, he found it really heartbreaking. And it didn't look like a good experience for either the child or the parent at that point. And he thought, I do not want this to be the future for Eliza, nor for me. So when Eliza was in her late 20s is when she first went into a residential home care providership. She's still very much a part of our lives. We see her and talk to her all the time, but she has learned to have trusting relationships with another person taking care of her, and that's really going to help her in the future. But it's exactly that situation. What if your brother-in-law were to die tomorrow? What would happen to his child? That's why we need places that are safe and appropriate for such a person to go live when their parents are gone. And we don't have enough of these, which is why we need to make this investment, and we need to do it now.
Thank you. Before I call on Representative Opal, I just want the committee to know I have 7 more people that want to speak, just so you understand that perspective. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I just want to make sure I understand Representative LaMontagne. In the bill as introduced, you were proposing to take $5 million out of the real estate transfer tax. A third of that would come from the education trust fund. 2/3 would come from the general fund. In the amendment, you're proposing, if I'm reading this correctly, you're proposing $10 million, which is an increase of 5.
Yes.
So you're proposing to increase 5. That increase would come strictly from the general fund. Funds deposited in the Affordable Housing Fund under this paragraph shall be from revenue remaining after the so you're holding the education trust fund harmless. Is that
Correct.
okay?
Which is
Okay. I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Ben Saul. Could you turn your microphone on, please?
Good morning. I'm Ben Saul. I am the Counsel and Director of Operations for Visions for Creative Housing Solutions in the Upper Valley. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking in support of this bill. I wanted to just give you an example of an organization that has benefited from these funds, and I'll tell you briefly what we do if you're not familiar with Visions. We have 3 sites in Enfield, Hanover, and Lebanon, at which we support in supported housing 35 individuals with developmental disabilities, many with additional physical disabilities and complex medical conditions. 2 of our sites were developed with assistance from the Affordable Housing Fund. And I'll speak briefly about the importance of support at the capital phase of projects like ours. First of all, the operating the income is extremely limited. The folks that we serve, they are virtually all supported by SSI, and they're on Medicaid. So they're not able to pay market rents, and so we're not able to go out and get a market mortgage because we're not going to be able to support that during the operational phase. So we have to look for funds. HUD funds can come encumbered with fair housing rules, which may make it very difficult for you to use it for a population where you're limiting who's going to be able to live in the home. We're complete. Our building and capital phase is complete at this point, but we want to support other organizations in New Hampshire who are trying to do this. It's very difficult to do, and there's an extraordinary need. And I can tell you from my personal experience, I'm the father of a 20-year-old who suffered a prenatal stroke and had bilateral loss of lobes of the brain, and she is extremely cognitively impaired, mobility impaired, and deafblind. And so I need to plan for her future and, live safely, and as their parents age and are no longer able to take care of them. I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Tom DeRoca.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tom DeRosa. I serve as Deputy Director of Housing Action, New Hampshire. We're a statewide advocacy organization that supports policies to increase housing. Our members include housing developers, both nonprofit, for-profit, landlords, lenders, property managers, service providers, and others. I'll be brief. We're here today in support of HB 530. As the sponsor noted, we're facing a housing shortage. It's due to limited supply, right? That's led to record high prices and vacancy rates below 1%. There are just not enough homes for people to live and work here. And that's impacting everybody. It's impacting seniors. It's impacting our young families and the workforce that we need to grow our economy. There was a recent survey done by the BIA and the Center for Ethics at St. Anselm College, which found that over 86% of leaders cited concerns about affordable housing as their top public policy issue. So we urge you to support HB 530, the Affordable Housing Fund. I think Jack is possibly testifying, but he could speak more to how it's a great investment we can make, right? It's a revolving loan fund. It's leveraged more than $500 million in private investments since its inception, and it's helped build thousands of affordable rental homes. So again, we ask that you support HB 530.
Thank you. Representative Opal.
Just a quick question, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you also supporting the amendment as offered?
We have not had an opportunity to review the amendments. I was just speaking to the underlying bill.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. Are you willing to advocate for increased revenues to replace what has been lost over the years, which is extensive, given that we are facing a major revenue crisis?
I mean, at this moment, I would not be able to answer that question, but I could certainly take it to our governing council and see where they fall on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
you.
Next I have Lori McIntosh.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Lori McIntosh. I'm from Dover. I'm going to skip a lot of what I had to say because Ben and Jessica have already said a lot of it, so I'll spare you that. However,
Actually, if I could
am
interrupt you
Sure.
for a minute, there's also Maddie
Mandelbaum.
from the same organization. Do you guys have different testimonies or? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Right.
proceed. Thank you.
Anyway, so I am the chair of an organization called Our Place NH, and we are trying to build housing for adults with developmental disabilities because of the appalling lack of such housing. And I'm in favor of this bill for this purpose. Just to give you a little more information, there are approximately 27,000 people in New Hampshire with developmental disabilities. And in 2021, 73% of those lived with a family caregiver, and 27% of those lived with caregivers over 60. So when you do the math, that's a lot of people. We already have people on our interested list whose parents are having strokes or dying, and this is your next at-risk for homelessness population. These people have been sneakily living in the community, being taken care of by their parents, and you hardly even know that they're there. But there are thousands of them, and they are going to need housing. Not only that, they want housing, they've been educated, they're ready to work in the community, they need appropriate services. We have 118 families on our list. Farmsteads and Visions, the other 2 places in the state that have this kind of housing, have lists of over 100 also. So it's dire. It's taken Our Place, New Hampshire, 5 years to raise enough funds to get a loan to buy a former daycare center, which we purchased in August of 2024. Now we need to raise about $3 million in order to renovate the daycare center and add 4 apartments in order to make it a viable business. So where do we get $3 million? So we're trying to do government grants. That's kind of funny these days. We're going to try to provide supportive housing for 11 individuals with IDD, which is a small fraction of the housing that we need, but we're hoping to come up with a sustainable model that can be recreated in other communities. So New Hampshire is just waking up to the reality of this housing crisis, and we need to be proactive and provide this housing in order to prevent these people from being placed inappropriately in nursing homes and other more expensive options. If we are proactive and we provide this housing, you're going to save money in the long run. You can imagine what it costs when a parent drops their child off at the emergency room and says, I can't take care of them anymore. So to save the cost of extra millions of dollars and also the heartache of the people who deserve a better living situation, please support this bill to provide more funding for affordable housing. I'll answer any questions.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, same question. Are you aware of the amendment? Have you had a chance to look at it, and will you support it?
About the Laconia State School?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The amendment that was offered by Representative LaMontagne.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next I have Maddie. I can't read your last name, I'm sorry.
My name is Maddie Mandelbaum. I am a widow and a single parent to my son, Jeremy, who is 29 years old. When my husband died 6 years ago, suddenly and unexpectedly, it quickly occurred to me that my life, or any life, can end this way as well. The question was, how do I begin to plan for Jeremy's future now so that someday he can live safely and purposefully outside of my home? As these 6 years have unfolded, I have identified another question. How can we plan for and make this transition in a step-by-step process rather than in a crisis environment, as so often happens in our state due to the deplorable shortage of homes for our intellectually, developmentally disabled loved ones? Jeremy has a motor neuron condition, hereditary spastic paraplegia. He uses a wheelchair to navigate his environment and has learning challenges that impact his understanding of how the world really works. But you wouldn't necessarily know that upon meeting him. He's a handsome young man who is enjoyable to spend time with and has a very easygoing temperament and great sense of humor. I just turned 70 years old. A day doesn't go by that I don't question on some level how much longer I can care for my son safely. When there are incontinence issues connected to a body that cannot control itself in a myriad of ways, it is challenging to say the least, and it only gets more challenging as time goes on. Shortly after losing my husband, I began networking to learn about housing for Jeremy's population. I joined the Moore Center's Family Support Council to learn about how it may support Jeremy and me. I began putting feelers out for any other families interested in the issue of housing. As networking allows, I learned of a family living down the street who was involved with Our Place, a group of parents in the Dover area creating a home for IDD adults. The effort is based on the Visions model in Enfield, New Hampshire. I have been volunteering with Our Place on their development committee now for the past 4 years, helping them to raise funds necessary to move along in this amazing effort. Presently, we have land and a building that with the necessary funds can be remodeled and turned into a home for 10 to 14 residents. But it sits there, waiting for the funds to be raised before moving ahead into the construction phase. It all takes time. The effort is coming from families like mine who are caring for the special needs of our adults while also learning how and putting into effect the individual steps of creating a home absolutely from scratch. While the time on the clock ticks away, we watch our young adults wondering about their futures. They ask whether they will have to live with us forever and what will happen to them when we die. Jeremy is treated for depression, and a day doesn't go by when I don't think to myself that his depression would improve if he was living with his peer group, making meaningful relationships, learning and depending upon one another while gaining a sense of belonging. I have established a housing committee through the Moore Center Family Support Council with the intention of creating much needed housing in the Manchester area. Every town needs a home for its special needs residents to move into. Actually, it is becoming imperative that all towns plan to do this soon, as criteria to be accepted into housing is to be a resident of the town or surrounding area where the home is being built. Funding is the big need. Not finding the parents interested and motivated to get behind such an effort, there are groups of families springing up all over our state with a desire to create housing for their loved ones. But it is the funding behind the effort that is a huge barrier to this happening in a more timely way. Funding is needed for the incorporation process and becoming a nonprofit. It costs money to set up a website so that interested people can follow the mission and important information can be shared. It costs money to make money, such as in hiring a development person to run a capital campaign. And here I just raised a very few of the expenses. If there is a question about how available state funds should be spent, just ask the parents who have paid for some of the above expenses out of their own pockets. There are some amazing benefits to being a part of the IDD community. One of them is meeting other families living in the same challenging circumstances we are. We learn from one another and gain hope for moving forward in this state of so few resources. We parents are a powerful resource. Wouldn't it be impressive if the state of New Hampshire would join us families in providing funding toward a need that somehow has been ignored since Laconia State School was closed? It has been established that our IDD population of loved ones is the population in most need of housing, as they are the most vulnerable to becoming homeless if it is not provided for them. If funding is available, let us focus on getting it to the people who need it so badly.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Let's see, Vanessa Blaze.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for having me speak here today. My name is Vanessa Blaze. I serve as the Director of Policy and Planning for the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. And the membership of the DD Council asked us to come here today to show our support in this bill, HB 530. We believe that this bill would have a positive impact on the disability community. If any of you have any doubts as to how important the housing crisis is to the disability community, I urge you to watch the hours and hours of testimony that was heard by your Special Committee on Housing in the last session. There fortunately was the opportunity to form a committee out of HB 1168 that was to study the impact that the housing crisis was having on the disability community. And we are very grateful that the sponsor was able to serve on that committee. And one of the aims of that committee was to come up with policy that we could advance in order to chip away at the crisis and ensure that people with disabilities would have access to affordable, safe, stable housing in their communities. And this is one of the many tools that we could use in order to attack this crisis. There are a number of things that we would like to see done with the funding that would be allocated to the Affordable Housing Fund. One of those things is the assistance in the development and implementation of accessory dwelling units. Also, best practice supported housing communities, such as some that you've heard about here this morning, and also building community-based housing that would utilize universal design. 12% of people in New Hampshire currently experience a disability, and every one of us is one paycheck, one accident, one unfortunate event from having disability impact our lives. And it was said earlier that, you know, it's time to really take this housing crisis and attack it the way that an emergency should be attacked. Building housing for the disabled and aging community is an investment. It's an investment in our communities. It's an investment in our futures. And we hope that you take this into consideration when considering this bill.
Thank you. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And ma'am, I'll ask you the same question. Have you had a chance to see the amendment Representative LaMontagne introduced, and was your organization support it?
I have heard about the amendment. I haven't read it exactly, but in reference to the Laconia State School, yes, we are in support of that.
Thank you.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I want to ask the same question that I had. Would you be willing to advocate for more revenues? Because this is the Revenue Committee and the Budget Committee is the one that makes these decisions.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, I have Jack Rutterman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on HB 530. My name is Jack Ruderman, and I serve as the Legislative Affairs Advisor for New Hampshire Housing, formerly known as New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. I brought with me a fact sheet about the Affordable Housing Fund, which our agency administers, as well as a letter in support of HB 530 from our Executive Director, Rob Dappas. For those of you who may not be familiar with our organization, New Hampshire Housing is a self-supporting public corporation with a mission to promote, finance, and support housing solutions for the people of New Hampshire. We do that by running a range of programs, including financing, which has helped create about 16,000 affordable apartments over the past several decades. We offer loans through partner banks and lenders to help New Hampshire families achieve home ownership. So we have a first-time home buyer program that provides discounted mortgage rates and down payment assistance. And then we also administer the state's Housing Choice Voucher or Section 8 program for much of the state. We do not receive any operating funds from the state. The same state law that created New Hampshire Housing in 1981 was later used to establish the Affordable Housing Fund, with New Hampshire Housing as its steward and administrator. Since then, the Affordable Housing Fund has functioned as a revolving loan fund and an essential tool for the creation of affordable housing, workforce housing, and supportive housing across the state. The governor and legislature have made historic investments in the Affordable Housing Fund in the last 2 biennial budgets. We have used these funds to help create new housing serving a range of populations and income levels. As this new housing comes online, it is decreasing homelessness and housing instability, improving neighborhoods, and helping to improve health outcomes and contribute to growth of New Hampshire's workforce, which we hear from the business community is a high priority, given that there has been now for several years a shortage of available workers, and that, of course, has broader implications for the state's economy as a whole. So we are proud of the work we have done so far to create new housing through the Affordable Housing Fund. We believe that an increase in funding would be an important step toward increasing the supply of housing in New Hampshire, affordable housing, at a time when more housing is desperately needed. And for those reasons, we support this bill, and we respectfully ask this committee to vote the bill ought to pass. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Representative Ullery.
Your last comment is a bit worrisome to me. Agencies don't advocate, they implement.
What is your
That
question?
being- My question is, sir, could you? Yes. Yeah, yes, they are. They're established by state law. Could you define for some of the new people and differentiate between what workforce housing is and what affordable housing is?
Sure. So affordable housing, in a broad sense, is housing for which the renters or homeowners are paying no more than 30% of their gross income for rent and utilities or mortgage and taxes. Workforce housing targets households where the income is roughly 80% of the area median income, or AMI. So we have buildings that are geared mainly towards workforce housing, and that serves people, that work in our community, firefighters, medical personnel, people who work for our towns and cities, sort of average middle-ish income folks. But we also have units in some of those buildings that serve people who are at 50% of AMI or even lower than that. So some who are considered very low income.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last pink card I have is Jan Lassard. And I know your name's longer than that, but I can't read
It
the
is,
last part.
and you did well. Jan Lassard Patel. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, I am Jan Lassard Patel, and I live in Candia, New Hampshire. And I am testifying in support of House Bill 530. And I'm especially excited about the amendment of the possibility of using funds from the sale of the state school to support people like my son, who fortunately never had to live at the state school, but it could rectify some of the harm done to people who did live there. I am the parent of a 31-year-old son, Micah, who has what is now called level 3 autism or severe autism that falls under the diagnosis of intellectual developmental disability. In Micah's case, his diagnosis means he is nonverbal and needs one-to-one care every waking moment. I am blessed that my 6'2", 240-pound son is a gentle guy, but his impulsive actions, such as bolting away from his caregivers, and pica, which means eating inedible objects,
often places him and sometimes others at risk. Micah lives at home and he has a family-directed program via the Moore Center. Micah's father died of brain cancer when Micah was age 14. Thus, I am his surviving parent. Micah has wonderful siblings who will be there for him in the long run, but it is my hope that they can fulfill the important sibling role with Micah, settled into a residence where he can age in place before I am too old to care for him full time. Currently, New Hampshire does not have adequate supportive housing for adults with IDD. There are many, many families like my own who are doing their best to care for their child at home, as the housing options are not available to meet their child's specific needs. I am part of a parent group who's connected through the Moore Center because of our mutual concern about the lack of housing options for our disabled family members. We are currently in the process of becoming a nonprofit so that we can raise funds to create housing for our adult children. Passage of HB 530 and its amendment is critically needed to begin to address the lack of housing for our adult children. The goal to use the funds from the sale of the former Laconia State School to support the long-term needs for housing for adults with IDD is a win-win for all, and it's a way to positively impact the future for these vulnerable citizens. I'm asking that you please support our efforts to provide for our children by voting to support this bill. Thank you again. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying. Okay, that's all the pink cards I have. Is there someone who has not testified who would like to testify? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on HB 530. Yes.
As we do go through these, it seems like some are much more appropriate for work session. I don't know if we want to highlight that a little or not, but it seemed like this would get a work session.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 531. And before I invite Representative Ames up, I think we didn't anticipate the size of this crowd. I've got about roughly 20 people who want to speak. I'm sure a lot of you are going to say similar things. So what I'm going to do is let Representative Ames introduce the bill. And after he's done introducing, I'm going to limit every other speaker to 2 minutes, and I'm going to enforce that fairly rigorously. So I would ask you, when you know what's come before you, try to think about, focus on maybe something a little different, to make your point. But I want to enforce that 2 minutes. Thank you. Representative Ames.
Good morning. I'm here to introduce and speak to House Bill 531, setting annual limits on the amount of charitable gaming revenue which may be distributed to one charitable organization. And what I wish to say is that this bill originated in out of discussions, comes from discussions in the Gaming Commission, Charitable Gaming Commission, that I was a member of, that worked through the summer under the able direction of Patrick Abrami. In the course of those discussions, we were presented with information that was of concern, I think, to most of us regarding sort of the pathway that had been followed with the selection and funding of charities, and whether it was a pathway that could be sustained. It seemed to be unsustainable. The problem is this: the revenues have increased coming out of charitable gaming significantly. And that has played out to benefit those charities that are in the game, so to speak, that have been able to get on a list at one of the facilities where the revenues are way up. And those are, I think, exclusively facilities that have historic horse racing. There's also been some increase in revenues from card playing and other activities that are allowed as part of charitable gaming that are not machine gaming, and that results from higher bet limits that have been also enacted. So more revenue coming in for charitable gaming that's benefited those who are on the list and have been given days to in which the revenues benefit those charities, and not those not on the list charities, which far outnumber the ones that are on the list across the state, do not benefit from this this revenue stream at all. It seemed to us, as we thought about this, and I remember, I think, I don't know whether to call him Representative Abrami or the Honorable Representative Abrami or the Honorable Abrami, but he's honorable. And he actually passed around sort of a thought piece about this that had a limit in it, as does this bill. And part of the reason for putting a limit in during that discussion was that it would buy time for figuring out a long-term solution that would work for the allocation, for the choice of beneficiaries and for the distribution of this money to charities. In the end, we didn't include that in our report, although I really don't remember as I sit here whether there's any wording in the report that's summarizing the issue. So here we are today. I put this bill in as a follow-up to that discussion, and with the thought that there's a real risk here that charities who are on the inside in this system, in other words, who are getting higher revenues, may become used to a funding level that cannot be sustained. Once in the event that a system that's more fair and distributes revenues further or in a different way, we'll find it very hard to readjust to a lower level of operation. Maybe the number I chose was too low. I leave that to your work session and discussions. And maybe it's not a good idea, but that's its purpose, and in no way does this proposal suggest that any single charity that's on the list that's currently getting $100,000 or $150,000 should be thought to be undeserving of the funding that's been provided, or that consideration should not be given to the possibility of causing harm that doesn't need to be caused. So I hope that you look closely at this bill and develop a position on it that takes into account all of these realities. I think you're going to hear from some of those realities from the long list that was mentioned of people who wish to speak. So those are my thoughts on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Ames, and it's good to see you back in Ways and Means of. Do we have, yes, Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Ames. As I read this bill, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Are you proposing, or does this bill propose essentially a $50,000 cap for charities receiving money from historic horse racing, and a $50,000 cap for charities receiving money from other gaming sources? So potentially $100,000 cap. Am I reading that right?
I don't think that's the way it reads. I think it reads as $50,000 of the amount collected in any calendar year, and that's the limit. I don't think you can double up. That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. That it would appear there are two separate paragraphs. I'm sorry. Yes. Follow up. It would appear there are two separate paragraphs.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Well, look at it and figure that out.
We will have a work session on this bill if I hadn't mentioned it yet. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my friend. Would you have reservation with this bill, knowing that 538, the next commission, gaming commission going forward, this would be something in their purview to address? Because, and I want to add to this, the way this reads to me is, and it's maybe it's something for that commission to address, but this kind of looks like we're changing the whole platform to a grant to these charities at $50,000. That may be the solution to this at the end, but would you think it's a little premature with that upcoming commission coming, with the changes in gaming, with all the issues that were discussed at the last commission?
I actually don't think it's premature. It may be not right the way it's set out, but the concern is, I think I remember when we talked about the Charitable Gaming Commission bill, your use of the word legacy charities, and it becomes embedded in the system, the higher level. And so the thought here was, let's put a pause on it. As I said, maybe this number is not the right, and maybe it's not. It needs to be clarified as to what it applies to. But there does seem to be merit in setting a limit that will be in play while either the Gaming Commission or this committee, in response to another bill, works out a better system.
Follow up?
Just quick follow-up, and if I'm reading this correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me that when they hit that $50,000 cap, all the other revenue goes to lottery. So we're changing the platform we have in totality in charitable gaming, which is something we explored for years and years. We have a platform right now, a model that's been operating. This in totality changes that model in my estimation.
In the immediate aftermath of the imposition of this, I suppose that would be right. That's true. The money, something has to be done with the money. It seems a reasonable thing to go into the Education Trust Fund, which is where it would go. And that's benefiting charities and public schools.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you, Representative Ames. And if you could fill out a pink card, that'd be great. Now, I have 20 pink cards in front of me, and I'll just let you, as I said, I'm going to limit people to 2 minutes. Try not to repeat, because I'll tell you that all 20 pink cards I have at the moment, they all oppose the bill. So it's not like we need to hear the same thing 20 times, but of course, if you filled out a card, I'll let you speak. First up, Chris Thompson. Did you have a question?
I was going to ask, since there's a former representative that served on the commission, could that representative make his presentation first? Like
sorry, is there a
former honorable Representative Abrami?
Yes. And of the pink cards I have, are there any current state reps or current state senators on? I didn't see any, but okay, seeing none. Yes, Representative, thank you for that comment. And I apologize for the order here, but we will start with Representative Brahmi, former Representative Brahmi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good seeing you. It's good to be back in Ways and Means. I was for the new members here. I was on Ways and Means for 12 years, vice chair, where Jordan's sitting for many years. I was also the chair of the Charitable Gaming Commission, which met for, I would say, a year and a half, and we came up with a report that had 25 recommendations in it, and one does touch on this topic. I'm here to oppose the bill, respectfully oppose the bill. I have the highest regard for Representative Ames. He was on the commission. Representative Janagian was on the commission. Representative Doucette was on the commission as well. By the way, I was the representative, along with Representative Doucette, who brought us historic racing machines in the state. So I'm going to have to trim it down because of the limitation on the time. But I provided you with a handout I put on the desk. It looks something like this. During the course of the commission, one Sunday, I decided to go through all 800 charities and try to group them into what we're talking about. And you can see, I think it's very informational for everybody to understand that it's a wide breadth of things that these charitable funds go to, all the way from youth sports to Easter seals to you name it. But I agree that when I looked at this, I said to myself, because we had 5 charges in this commission, but I broadened it out to 25. we had 25 questions. And one was, do we need to address, especially as these casinos grow, charitable gaming locations grow, we're going to have to start addressing how much, what the ceiling should be and how much any individual charity can make. Right now, if you go to the second page, I have a slight distribution of that, where 34.7% make between 0 and 25,000, all the way up to 1.3% make between 125 to 150,000 for their 10 days of sponsorship. So now, does a sports team need 150,000? Does a little league team need 150,000? No. Now understand that all these facilities aren't the same. We have big ones, we have small ones. The bigger numbers that you see on that list come from the bigger facilities, like the Brook. Chasers is actually, even though it doesn't have historic racing, Chasers is one of the top revenue generators. So yes, there's no question that we need to do something about this. I'm going to read to you recommendation 17 from the report, which Representative Ames is the report. If everybody, Mr. Chair, might be helpful if I were able to get everybody a copy of that. Not all the appendices are in this, but this is what recommendation 17. Here was the question: should there be limits to how much a charity can earn from its annual engagement? And here's the dialogue that went on. As the charitable gaming facilities increase in growth, so will the revenue individual charities will get. In 2023, 800 charities benefited from charitable gaming. The commission conducted a survey of participating charities and learned that 91% of sponsored charities say that charitable gaming revenue is very important to their organizational charitable activities. We also heard testimony from charities not yet involved in charitable gaming, indicating it was very difficult to secure dates. From this discussion and earlier discussions, it became clear that the unavailability of dates, the growing size of earnings by those who have been receiving dates, the need for accountability of how charities spend their earnings, and how the charities are chosen to receive dates are all linked together as an issue that needs further study. The concept introduced was having and I introduced this concept, perhaps we should look at these nonprofits based on their mission, based on what they do, based on where their monies go. But we ran out of time to finish that research on this. So the commission agreed that these issues needed further study. So here's the recommendation. With that, the commission recommends that the legislature vote to continue to study this issue via the proposed creation of a joint committee of the House and Senate, shown as recommendation 25 in this report. So as it turns out, you folks have already passed something out of this committee, 16-0, to create another commission or to continue the work of the commission. And this is kind of a hybrid commission. When I read this commission here, usually commission allows the senators and reps, but then there's also outside members, and they also have a vote. This commission is different. It doesn't allow a vote, which is fine. But it does have a representative from lottery and a representative from AG's office, or representative from those offices to participate as members. But I'll just tell you that both of those, this is an aside, both of those, when we did this report, and they were both representatives on our commission, chose not to vote because they were state agencies that didn't believe they should vote. But anyway, you have a mechanism. It's going to be on the floor this week, probably going to pass. And I strongly recommend, and let me just close with this. Again, I have the utmost regard for Representative Ames, but here's what my concerns are. This really hurts the large charities that depend on these revenues. And you're probably going to hear from some of them, that there are some that really need 100,000 or 125,000. Not everybody does. Their missions are such that they do. This would harm those charities if we pass this bill. And the fiscal note says that $18 million will be taken away from charities. If you go to the fiscal note on this, and it will go to the state, which means it's going to go to the Education Trust Fund. So that's something that we never contemplated. We were trying to get, in the commission, we were trying to get more charities involved. How do we get more charities involved? By trimming, making sure that we weren't overspending on it, because there's a long list of charities that are still trying to get charitable gaming. This is a unique New Hampshire concept. It really works. That's why I sponsored along with Representative Doucette, the historic racing machines. The goal was to make more charities, have more revenue available for more charities, and we did double the number of charities that were involved from that bill. So again, I think this should go to the commission that was just formed to really thoroughly look at this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, former Representative Abrami. And as commission chair of that Charitable Gaming Commission, of which I was on as well, it's good to hear from you. And
can I address Representative Opal's? You read it right. In the statute, it says 50,000 for games of chance, and it says 50,000 for charitable game for historic racing. The reason it's in two sections because the statutes, there's the games of chance statute, and then there's the racing statute, and historic racing's in the racing statute. But my read of that is, what I think your read was, that it would, depending on how much was generated any given 10 days, it would be capped. If it's for a charity, it would be capped at 50,000 if it came from table games, and it'd be capped at 50,000 if it came from historic racing games. That's the way I read it. So, thank you.
thank you, Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just real briefly, as an aside, there's been an amendment to the commission, and both the AG and the lottery director are not voting members.
Okay.
If it passes with the amendment, because of that concern we had. So in a nutshell, you'd agree that this is something that should be under the purview of what I expect to be the next Charitable Gaming Commission.
Absolutely.
This is one small component of
Right.
a plethora of issues that have to be addressed.
Right.
Dates and how the dates are selected, how the charities collected, how many days per charity, and on and on and on.
Exactly.
Yeah, dollars is part of the conversation.
Right. And there were a lot of other issues related to charitable gaming that I'm not going to bore you, but if you get the report, you can go to Recommendations 25. There are a lot of issues that need to be addressed still, including problem gambling, things like that we touched on. We actually had another consult. We used outside consultant that helped us with all of this. And but I'm gonna leave it at that because there's a lot of other people who want to speak.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you.
Did
This
have a
is
follow-up?
very-
Just a quick-
sorry. I'm
Just
sorry.
a quick follow-up. So would you concur with my read on this, that this would change the model we have?
Oh, absolutely. Change
Okay,
tomorrow.
thank you.
All right, Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I just want to know what you mean by the 10.1%, the 27.5, and the 62.
Oh, that's simply I grouped the first. That's the 62%.
You have you've got the percent of charities that are getting those different amounts.
Right,
And then next to
34.7.
that, you have 62.
Yeah, that added the first two. So from 0 to 50,000, it was 62%
Of the charities.
of the charities.
Right.
So 62% of the charities make between 0 and 50,000. 27.5% of the charities make between
Thank you.
50,000 and 100,000, and so on. And again, on this chart, that the 0.4 is represented, it's three charities. This was data from 2023. Two charities that made around about 155,000 each. And then there was one that actually made 180,000 that was on there. So again, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on this. And I think Representative Ames would agree that let's let this go to the commission to vet. Thank you. Any other questions?
Representative Olm.
Yeah, thank you, former Rep. Abrami, and thank you much for your service on Ways and Means and your wisdom on the whole process. I have a very difficult question I'd like to ask. Our committee is designed to raise money for the general fund to the benefit of New Hampshire. And the charge of our commission is not necessarily to decide the allocation of the funds we raise, but just try to raise as much as we can and turn it over to people who are smarter than us, who can set these very, very difficult priorities on how to spend the limited money that we have. So my very tough question is, should we have any money at all being designated through our tax law going to charities, or should the charities compete for all the terrible needs we have on an equal basis in the Finance Committee?
So then, it's simple. We might as well not call this charitable gaming. And again, it's a unique model. Again, there's over 800 charities now that are involved. Good luck trying to dismantle it. Okay? I mean, it's helping too many organizations. It's helping, again, that's the way I got involved in this. It really does help a lot of organizations. And remember, the state, since we put historic racing in place, the revenue that the state, I don't know if I brought it with me here, but the revenue that and I see the executive director is here from lottery. He may be able to speak to this, but those revenues have doubled, tripled what goes to the state. It's all boats have been rising. What goes to the facilities, what goes to the charities has increased, as well as what goes to the state. So I don't think we really want to dismantle this model. It really does work.
Thank you. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in today. It was a pleasure to meet you after having heard about you for so long.
We met each other outside, yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to formulate the words here because I'm trying to be clear about my question. So I may stumble through it a little bit. The charitable institutions that are receiving funds through gaming, in part are doing the work they're doing because the state is not taking its responsibility to provide those services. Would you agree with that statement?
For some of them, not all of them. Okay. I was going to say it in my open remarks that it's a misnomer that we're even calling it charitable gaming. It's really not-for-profit gaming, because these are not-for-profits. A lot of them are not-for-profits, and it has a lot of the 501c categories that are there that are all over the place. That's something else that can be addressed. We started to address it in the commission. But I gave you the list purposely so you could just gaze and see the kind of organizations that are being helped. Okay. And, does Little League responsibility of the state? No. But we're helping a lot of Little Leagues. But is Easter Seals being helped? Yes. But every state that has other revenue, so more revenue sources than New Hampshire, have all these things. They have all these not-for-profits that do good work. So
okay, one follow-up, and then I think we'll move on.
I noticed when I mentioned that a couple of the people in the audience were nodding. In addition, I'm concerned that we're not looking at vetting what the services to the community are that some of these organizations are getting. And was this part of what we're doing? And I'm specifically thinking about a group that I really enjoyed listening to, but I'm not sure why we are supporting the New Hampshire State Police Bagpipe Band.
actually, that was in, I think what I just read in that issue was number 17. It was, I said, the need for accountability of how charities spend their earnings is in there as part of what should be looked at. Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you. Okay. And I know that was a long 2 minutes that I let former representative talk, but he, being the chair of that commission, I think it was valuable to hear his insight on that. So I would like to keep people to 2 minutes. And again, the 19 remaining cards I have, you are all against this bill, just so you know. Okay. Michelle O'Malley.
Good morning. My name is Michelle O'Malley, and I am the CEO of Webster House Children's Home in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm testifying in opposition of HB 531. For the past 141 years, since 1884, the Webster House has been providing a safe, supportive home for children unable to live at home for reasons of abuse, neglect, addiction, and other challenges in the community. We are contracted with the Department of Health and Human Services and have children between the ages of 8 and 18 living at the house. They are primarily referred to us through DCYF. Based on our contract, we receive a daily rate from the state, which covers only 50% of our expenses. That said, it is so critical that we close the funding gap with revenue streams, including grants, individual and corporate donations, and thankfully, charitable gaming. We nurture these at-risk youth through trauma-informed care. We provide stability and structure while rebuilding self-esteem, confidence, and independent living skills. We take these kids to school, appointments, fun social activities, celebrate birthdays, graduations, and holidays with them, just like we do with our own children. The charitable gaming funds are critical to the Webster House. They help us provide the highest level of care for our residents, giving them a home filled with healthy food, appropriate clothing, and all of the basic needs that build their trust, happiness, confidence, and enable them to thrive. Every child deserves a second chance to experience the joys of childhood. We're so grateful for charitable gaming funds. Without that, we would have to eliminate some of the initiatives that positively impact our children. These funds are well established in our budget, and we rely on them to close our funding gap. HB 531 would put charities like ours at risk. I strongly urge you to reject HB 531. I'm responsible for the kids that live in our home, and I want to continue doing that for many years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Elmy?
Yes. Could you tell me whether you teach those children not to gamble?
Good question. They are all under the age of 18. They do not get all of the freedoms as your average teenager. They don't have free reign to technology or cell phones or laptops without our care. We have to be in their care 24 hours a day. So no, they're definitely not gaming on our watch, and we would highly be against that.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brendan Madden? Your microphone isn't on. Good. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brendan Madden. I am from Dover, New Hampshire, and I am the founder and chairman of the nonprofit organization, the New Hampshire Coalition for the Support of Service Dogs. We are committed to the education and advocacy about service dogs, as well as providing financial aid for debt bills for service dogs for residents of New Hampshire, and setting limits on the amount of charitable gaming would greatly reduce the amount of good the nonprofit community can contribute to the state to provide services.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Next, I have Amy Hollingworth. Amy Hollingworth.
Hello, members of the Ways and Means Committee and members of the public. My name is Amy Hollingworth, and I am the executive director here representing our small nonprofit, NHMI, in testifying in opposition of House Bill 531. NHMI is recognized in Southern New Hampshire for its community-based program called the Safe Sports Network, which addresses the athletic healthcare needs and health equity of school-aged athletes. To highlight some of the services provided by Safe Sports Network in our state, we coordinate healthcare services on the sidelines during youth sports contests and NHIA championship events. We conduct baseline testing and concussion management, especially in gaps like middle schools where there isn't that, for thousands of youth and adolescents each year. We provide dedicated athletic trainers at 8 high schools in Southern New Hampshire, and we operate a free or pro bono athletic training clinic in southern downtown New Hampshire, Manchester, New Hampshire. Our work also encompasses middle school programs, community education, and emergency preparedness initiatives around the southern part of the state. Importantly, our program funds is 70% funded by community, and our budget being just under $1 million budget, we provide the services about $600,000 of our services are provided for free to our schools and our kids and family community. So this charitable gaming funding not only ensures reliable financial support and predictable times for us throughout the year, but it also has allowed us to expand our resources. So as you know, we provide and prepare our budgets based on, our knowledgeable but guesses of historical of what we've had for services. So we've grown from our start 30 years ago, helping a handful of kids on the sidelines at a Friday night football game, to helping nearly 6,000 students in Southern New Hampshire with our sideline care and our clinic. So those services have been expanded based on our increased amount of revenue that we've been able to get, and in part from charitable gaming. So I would ask you please to reject House Bill 531.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you. Next, I have Lily Wellington.
No, not
No,
the red light.
red
There we go. Hello, members of the House and Ways Committee. My name is Lily Wellington. I am the Director of Volunteer Services at the Friends Program. I work and reside in Concord. I could start by hitting you over the head with the impact of our small nonprofit, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to start by telling you Margaret's story. Margaret called our office on a Monday afternoon, nearly in tears. The 86-year-old woman explained that she could see Concord Hospital from the window of her home, but she simply could not get there 3 times a week for dialysis. She'd done everything right. She saved her retirement, she stayed close to community resources, she stayed socially connected. Her husband passed away, her friends aged, and she had to make the decision to take herself off the road. She needed help getting to her medical appointments, and she relied, as so many New Hampshire citizens do, on an informal network of support. I can see the hill, I just can't climb it, is what she said to us. There are thousands of Margarets across New Hampshire. They rely on nonprofits to live full and healthy lives. We answered Margaret's call for help. We put out Margaret's request for 6 a.m. dialysis treatment 3 times a week. And in one day, we were able to secure her a ride 3 times a week to and from dialysis for the next 6 months. That is through a volunteer network of drivers. That takes one staff person to coordinate and deliver. It saved Margaret's life. Our nonprofit serves more than 30,000 Margarets a year. They need food, they need transportation, they need shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Goodwin.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Michael Goodwin from Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm representing Granite State Independent Living. I'm the development director there. And I'd like to just share my thoughts and concerns on House Bill 531. I've had the great fortune of leading several nonprofits since 2000. I was actually in New Hampshire, and I was actually part of the first ever charitable gaming night at Rockingham Park. And I've got to see this grow over that time. And the money raised for nonprofits around the states obviously had a tremendous impact, more than anything that the state could provide us. You know, the money is making positive changes for so many of our citizens, as you know. Charities in this room and charities around the state rely on this revenue to support the great work that's being done directly in our local communities and around the state. Many charities that have a direct impact on making positive changes in their community, such as YMCA's, Boys and Girls Clubs, mental health organizations, elderly service providers, Meals on Wheels, disability services, and all the great charities that are in this room. They've been able to grow and increase services to their communities and address some of the most critical issues that a lot of you face every day in those seats. Some of those include homelessness, substance misuse, mental health, childcare, suicide prevention, and a lot more than that. Other service organizations, such as Kiwanis, Rotary, Knights of Columbus, those types of organizations, they might not have a direct impact on their communities, but those organizations that used to raise $5,000 a year through bake sales and raffles are now making a lot more money that they then support local charities and have a much bigger impact. So those dollars are increasing in many different ways and really, truly making a difference. So now those organizations like those can make a larger impact because they've been participating in the games of chance. Granite State Independent Living participates through the Lebanon Poker Room. We currently don't fall into this category yet. We hope to, you know, but that in the near future. But the funds we raise go directly into the many services we provide to people with disabilities throughout the state. It helps with transportation services, transitional care, home modifications, and peer service. And that's just a few of the 19 programs that we offer. If we were fortunate to be in that category, like many of the other nonprofits, I'd hope that we would be able to retain that money and invest it back into the life-changing programs that we offer in the same way many of the other charities are able to do. Something that can't be overlooked is that the great work being done around the state of New Hampshire helps our government to address the needs of its citizens in a way that the state budget doesn't always allow. Nonprofits are the lifeblood of our citizens, and we view our role as nonprofits in this room and around the state as a way to help our legislators solve problems and address issues. If GSIL and other nonprofits were limited in our ability to maximize our revenue from sources like charitable gaming, it would have a drastic impact on the citizens you all represent. If the estimate of $18,600,000 per year is accurate, best utilization of those dollars, then nonprofits that are in the trenches addressing, the best use of those dollars would be the nonprofits that are in the trenches addressing those issues facing our citizens. I ask that you deeply consider the impact of this bill could have on the work that nonprofits do, that we do day in and day out, make New Hampshire one of the best states to live in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Harrington.
Hi, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present our.
Ms. Harrington?
Yes?
Yep.
Better? Okay, thanks. Thank you. Yes, I wish I was as well spoken as the folks previous to me, but I come from Catamount Womanade to represent our 8-member volunteer board. We started in 2011 because a social worker in our community identified a need where there were gaps in, immediate needs that families and folks in the area needed. So we try to provide local people with emergency financial assistance that's not readily available through other resources. And we are very much a grassroots nonprofit. Our primary focus initially was to assist individuals and families in Barnstead, Deerfield, Epsom, Pittsfield, Northwood, and Stratford. But the need is really, amazingly, our eyes are open to the need throughout the state where there are not organizations like ours. And so we partner with all communities to provide as much assistance as we can. So it's not limited to our original area of help. Let's need my glasses for. Prior to Charitable Gaming's help, our funding was extremely tight. We were limited to small individual donations and an annual 5K event that brought in maybe a couple $1,000s. So we really didn't have a lot of opportunity to do the outreach and meet as many needs as we wanted to. I'll give you an example of a family that we were able to help, or families actually. There were 3 families in a nearby community who were recently forced from their homes due to a fire in a multifamily building. Because Catamount Womanade has funds from Charitable Gaming, it allowed us to react quickly and provide assistance for their most immediate basic needs for clothing, food, etc. Without the funds from Charitable Gaming, we will very likely have to turn away some requests and minimize the help that we can offer. We and many other nonprofit organizations are extremely grateful for what the Charitable Gaming funds have allowed us to provide for New Hampshire families, and we see more and more people in need. This is a very, we are able to be very nimble. We have created some great relationships with organizations. I respectfully oppose HB 531 and would hope that you hear what we're saying today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Erica, can't read the last name, CKFA, Kriya.
Can you hear me? Good morning. My name is Erica Kriya, and I'm the Executive Vice President for New Hampshire Soccer Association. I am here testifying in opposition of House Bill 531. New Hampshire Soccer Association provides service and programming for youth and adults throughout our state. We currently serve 15,000 members, and with World Cup 2026 coming, our numbers could potentially double. Soccer is not just about physical activity. They are about fostering resilience, self-confidence, and mental health. In today's world, many young people are facing increased stress, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. Soccer, along with other sports, offers an outlet for these pressures, helping children and teens build coping skills, form supportive relationships, and develop positive mindsets. However, the cost of participation can be a barrier for some families. By utilizing charitable gaming, we can reduce these financial obstacles. Charitable gaming has allowed us to scholarship athletes that wouldn't normally be able to afford to play. We are able to create new adaptive programming such as amputee soccer, blind soccer, as well as expand our current Top Soccer programming. Top Soccer is for children with disabilities. These programs allow us to be all-inclusive within the local soccer community. House Bill 531 would put organizations like ours at risk. We are a nonprofit who rely on these funds to serve our members. Our members and clubs are also nonprofit. We try to keep our costs low in order to give opportunities to kids to play the beautiful game of soccer. I respectfully urge you to consider the broad benefits of charitable gaming in supporting these important programs locally. It's a positive impact on mental health, youth development, and community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you. Next, I have John Tusignant, and I apologize if that's not pronounced properly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that was not a poor pronunciation. I'll accept it. And honorable representatives, bonjour. I'm the executive director of the Franco-American Center here in New Hampshire. We celebrate French language, culture, and heritage, and offering French classes for youth and adults at all levels of language learning and organizing social and cultural events. Roughly 23% of the population of New Hampshire has French or French Canadian heritage, so we've got a lot of people we're trying to serve. But with regard to this bill, I'm hoping that in the interest of my brevity, I will score some points with you. It is in opposition. There's two aspects of the bill that I'd like to touch on that I don't think that have been touched on yet. One of them is with regard to the money, the surplus over the $50,000 going into the state trust fund that is for education, and it would change the concept of charitable gaming to the concept of charitable and educational gaming, and help to fund education in a way that would perhaps take away from our nonprofit community that needs it so much. The second piece is that the bill would, as written, go into effect on July 1st. That would essentially take and half the nonprofits in the state that are in the third and fourth quarters and penalize them while favoring the first 2 quarters of the year. So I would ask that if you did choose to move forward with some version, that you look at moving the date for effective beyond this year, the 2025 year. Thank you very much for your time and the difficult decisions that you deal with.
Thank you. Next, I have Tom DeRosa.
Morning again, Tom DeRosa with Principal at Main Street Strategic. We represent the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits and here in opposition to HB 531. The center is a nonprofit organization. We have more than 800 members dedicated to strengthening and amplifying the voice of New Hampshire's nonprofit sector through leadership, collaboration, and learning opportunities. And in the interest of time, I will not repeat what has been heard and what you will continue to hear. I do want to emphasize, as former Representative Abrami stated already, we need to recognize New Hampshire does not have legalized gaming in the traditional sense, right? Instead, our state allows gaming exclusively when it is sponsored by charitable organizations. We need to consider that when we think about the logic of the state limiting the nonprofit sponsoring entities of the activity that they legally made available to the public. So for that, for everything you've heard and will continue to hear, we respectfully urge you to recommend ITL on HB 531.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Terry D'Amico.
I'll try to be as quick as Flight of the Bumblebee. So I'm Terry DeRico. I live in Derry. I am representing the New Hampshire Philharmonic, which is a nonprofit that benefits from the charitable gaming. Obviously, you know I'm in opposition to the bill, so I'm just going to read our statement. Live classical music is important to the communities of New Hampshire. Our nonprofit, the New Hampshire Philharmonic, has been in operation since 1905. Live music gives everyone involved a sense of community. The support from charitable gaming allows us to keep ticket prices affordable to all New Hampshire residents, so they are able to experience a full live symphony orchestra without having to travel to Boston. If charitable gaming funds are limited, we would have to continually raise ticket prices due to the increased costs of renting a venue to perform and rehearse. Our 100-plus orchestral musicians, board members, staffs, and volunteers travel to Salem every week to give back to the communities of New Hampshire. Most of our playing members are volunteers, ranging from high school students to older adults that played instruments all their lives. We have many members who have played with the Phil as high school students and have come back to play as adults, and a few that have gone on to have successful music careers with the BSO and the Met in New York City. We also are a teaching orchestra. We bring in students from the surrounding area, high school, college, whoever would like to come, and they can sit next to and be mentored by other members of the orchestra. We have many professional musicians that also play and music educators from across the state. We have a Drawn to Music program in collaboration with New Hampshire school teachers and students to provide a free experience for students and teachers and parents to watch the Phil perform. The students listen and learn about a selected piece of music. This year it's Gustav Holst's The Planets, and then are asked to create artwork that goes along with the music. The teachers then submit the drawings to the Phil, and the students are given free tickets to hear a live concert while the interpretive drawings are displayed on a big screen during the concert for a truly unique multimedia experience. For many children, it's the first time they've ever heard a live symphony orchestra. This collaboration experience would not be possible without the charitable gaming funds. Please vote no to these bills. Thank you on behalf of the New Hampshire Orchestra volunteer members.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Mike Aprilberg. I think I butchered the last name, but I'm getting good at trying to read people's writing.
No worries. Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the committee, Chair. I'm Mike Appleberg with the United Way of Greater Nashua. We're here, of course, as well as all my friends in the back, opposing HB 531. Just a couple of quick points. While we do understand the intentions behind regulating charitable gaming, we believe that HB 531 will have very significant negative unintended consequences for the many organizations that rely heavily on these funds. By capping the revenue at $50,000 a year, we believe that this bill is effectively a tax on the nonprofit sector. In fact, it's a tax to the tune of $18.6 million, which would be siphoned out of the sector and put back into the state's coffers. Charitable organizations play a crucial role in addressing various social issues, as you've heard, including poverty, education, healthcare, and more. In New Hampshire, nonprofits have a tremendous impact in our communities, providing essential services, creating jobs, and fostering a sense of community. Limiting their funding will hinder their efforts and negatively impact the lives of those that depend on all of our services. Additionally, we do not believe that siphoning off these funds from the nonprofit sector into the general fund aligns with the original purpose and intent of charitable gaming in the state of New Hampshire. If, as Representative Ames stated, the purpose is to be more equitable with regards to the organizations that benefit from charitable gaming, why would we in fact take those funds out of the sector altogether? That makes absolutely no sense. Given these concerns, we respectfully request that the committee vote HB 531 inexpedient to legislate, and we urge you to consider the broader implications of this bill. Thank you for your time and attention in this matter. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take those. And I'm not surprised to see Representative Almey's light go on. Hi.
Representative
Hi.
Almey.
Good morning.
If Lebanon is any example of this, the amount of problem gaming is going way up because of this activity. Would you feel the same way if the money was used to understand and do something about the problem gaming situation?
Thank you for your question. I cannot comment on the status of problem gaming in Lebanon. My community is Southern New Hampshire, Southern Hillsborough County. However, before coming up here today, I did consult with my good friends from Greater Nashua Mental Health about problem gaming in our community. They have seen no uptick, no measurable uptick in gaming problems in our community and the need for services. I don't know if it's different in other parts of the state, but we're not seeing that in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In my community, we see it through the poverty centers.
Representative Spar.
Thank you, Chair. The list that we got here with the 800 or so charities that are benefiting
Yes, sir.
from the current system. There are roughly 9,500 tax-exempt organizations in the state of New Hampshire. 8,700 roughly that are not benefiting from this program. If that cap, and as Representative Ames has, the balance, anything over the 50,000 goes back to the Lottery Commission. If it were to be spread out to other nonprofits, would you be open to that?
Well, that's actually been talked about. And of course, United Way, United Ways across the country started as community funds for essentially the purpose of distributing funding to nonprofits in their communities. I think that's a worthy topic to take up. We are not opposed to the cap per se. We're opposed to taking funds out of the sector. What you're suggesting is absolutely a possibility and something we, and I'm sure many other nonprofits, would be glad to be part of that conversation.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
One more question from Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for taking this. You probably can speak for all the organizations. All this money that is won in these casinos, charitable gaming, do you do audits and do you publish your audits from the money that is won there? And is the public allowed to review those audits?
Well, every nonprofit is either subject to audit or not subject to audit based on their annual revenues. Our revenues, as are many of those colleagues behind me, are in fact large enough to have public audits and audit records. Our audit, we believe in transparency to the painful extreme. Our two audits, if you'd care to review those, are on our website for the past 2 years, as well as our financial records. UnitedWayNashua.org.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
I get one more question, Representative Ullery.
Compared to all of the not-for-profits, it's my understanding that 990 forms need to be filed by all of them if they're federally registered or they generate any revenue of any kind. I know that the organizations to which I belong are required to file 990s. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, 990 it's just like the 1040 is a person, right? There's a 990 and there's like a short form 990 for smaller organizations. We file the standard 990. That's part of being a 501c3.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I have several copies. I'll just pass that up to you.
Sounds good. Susan Ford.
Good morning. My name is Susan Ford. I am the executive director of My Friend's Place, homeless shelter and transitional housing program in New Hampshire. We are in Dover. We're a small agency. We're a $500,000 budget agency, bare bones. We serve upwards of 30 people every day, men, women, and children. This bill would cripple our agency. We are contracted with the state, and the state gives us $27 a day. It costs us $55 a day to serve individuals. So we have to fundraise the balance of that. Charitable gaming, which includes bingo, we last year took in $135,000. If that was capped at $50,000, we would not be able to serve the people that we serve. And unfortunately, our agency isn't, although it is kind of warm and fuzzy, it's crucial. People will die if we're not there. especially in the temperatures that we're seeing right now. I can't express how much this bill would crucify our agency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Thompson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name's Chris Thompson, born and raised in New Hampshire, currently live in Bennington, New Hampshire. I currently serve on 3 nonprofit boards in the state, the Make-A-Wish Foundation of New Hampshire, Elliott Perry Foundation, and Elliott Hospital's Pearl Manor Fund. I stand before you today not representing any of those nonprofits, but rather as a voice to the thousands of nonprofits in New Hampshire and the dedicated volunteers and philanthropists that support those organizations. As everyone knows, charitable gaming is a major funding source for many nonprofits in New Hampshire. Countless charities rely on charitable gaming to fund programs and support those in need. And today, that mission-critical revenue stream is at risk for the charities and, most importantly, for the vulnerable citizens that rely on those charities. I was personally involved in helping the Make-A-Wish Foundation of New Hampshire start the process of engaging in charitable gaming in 2020. And since then, revenue from charitable gaming donations for Make-A-Wish specifically has increased every year. Funds from charitable gaming directly impacted our ability to grant wishes to over 30 children with life-threatening medical conditions. The revenue from charitable gaming has become a critical component of our annual budget, and it's allowed us to fulfill our mission and reach more children in need. House Bill 531 will have a profoundly negative impact on nonprofits and, most importantly, the people that we serve. And that's an unfortunate situation. The limit of $50,000 is ultimately the state of New Hampshire taking revenue away from critical nonprofits who serve the community, and it destroys the work that charities have put into their strategy to secure revenue from charitable gaming organizations. This would be catastrophic to New Hampshire charities and those they serve. To Representative Ames, who sponsored this bill, in no way does House Bill 531 represent the selfless, philanthropic people in New Hampshire that I know. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Terry Highland Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. So much has been said. I've reduced about half of what I intended to say, so hopefully I'll be brief. My name's Terry Highland Jr. I'm from Stratford, New Hampshire, and I'm here representing Krempel's Brain Injury Center in Portsmouth. We are a nonprofit human services organization, and for 25 years, Krempel's has been dedicated to improving the quality of life for individuals living with an acquired brain injury. Our center is like no other, and unlike many post-acute programs, we support individuals long after their insurances have stopped doing so. Ongoing rehabilitation is something that this state and this country as a whole do not tend to make a priority for folks. Krempel's will never turn anyone away due to inability to pay. One of our current members actually attends the program for free and has been doing so for 23 years. At Krempel's, we offer habilitative, evidence-based programs that foster social interaction, life training skills, mental and physical supports, and recreation opportunities for individuals who have experienced severe brain trauma. As mentioned, our services are always financially accessible to anyone who would benefit. In fact, Krempel's underwrites nearly $300,000 in either reduced or free attendance every year. We're deeply concerned about House Bill 531. For Krempel's, a $50,000 cap would result in a loss of over $110,000 in annual funding for our organization. Yes, this is the highest number of charitable gaming funds we've ever been allocated. The previous year was $90,000. The previous year before that was $60,000. We are seeing our partner, the Brook, have record revenues. That being said, with the highest ever allocation this year to us, it is also the highest budget deficit year that we are budgeting. Everybody's expenses are going up. So this significant reduction would directly impact our ability to deliver these vital services, potentially leading to program cuts or limitations on the number of individuals we can serve. Speeding up here. The distribution is a really key part of our income, 85% philanthropically funded. We do not receive very much revenue from other income streams, less than 10% from any state services, including disability waivers. So all of us here, speaking for the room, understand the need for the state to manage these resources effectively. However, we urge you to consider the broader implications of this bill with New Hampshire's historic reliance on nonprofits to provide these needed human services. In conclusion, we ask for you to go ahead and oppose, and we'll also be speaking to 588 later, so I'll get out of your hair. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Kane, K. It's Kane. It's either Kane or Karen. Underneath. Okay.
It's him.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee.
2, 3, 4 after him.
My name is Kevin Underreiner. I'm a resident of Dover, New Hampshire, and I'm here speaking in opposition to House Bill 531. So you've heard lots of stories from many people about how they're benefiting from the funds. So I won't go into specifics in that regard. So very quickly, I suffered a major stroke 5.5 years ago. I saw it never walk again. I walk poorly now, but I do walk. And I relied on certain agencies, primarily Krempel Center and Project Walk, which is in Stratham, to get a life back after a stroke. With regard to House Bill 531, I understand the complexity with allocating charitable funds. Doing it in the manner that this bill proposes, I'm against that, and I would urge the committee to look at doing something more timely, look at doing something that takes a little bit more time into effect so that budgets, you've heard that this will affect budgets, so budgets are addressed, so that things can be done more in a more stable way that doesn't affect organizations dramatically. 27 years ago, I moved to New Hampshire. I'm sorry, 25 years ago, I moved to New Hampshire. And at that time, New Hampshire was amongst the lowest states in the country for charitable giving. We are now, I think, at number 24. That is really awesomely good, considering the economic times we're living in. Based on that, and based on this bill, if we allocate and limit these funds that are charitable funds, if they go into the state funding for the Lottery Commission, New Hampshire will no longer be number 24 in the state, in the country, for charitable giving. So I think that the challenge that you have is what you do with limited charitable funds. And I think that a better way of doing it would take more input from the community and a little more time, and especially don't do something right in the middle of a calendar year. Thank you very much, and any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aaron Fair. Hi, Fairhurst.
Good afternoon. So my name is Erin Fairhurst, and I am the program director for the Krempel's Brain Injury Center, which, as you've heard, is a nonprofit organization that serves survivors of acquired brain injury. Our organization is based in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, but with our online program, we serve residents throughout the state of New Hampshire. Our members range in ages from about 20 years old to 87 years old. Like Kevin, they have all experienced sudden, life-changing medical events that have completely disrupted their lives. They are businessmen, they are contractors, they are healthcare professionals, IT experts, etc., whose lives have been turned upside down. For 25 years, the Krempel's Brain Injury Center has provided these members with post-acute therapeutic programming focused on social and communication skills, cognitive skill building, physical wellness, mental health, and community. Members participate in groups of their choice depending on their needs and their preferences. Member driven, member choice is an aspect of our organization that we take great pride in. Unlike medical models, the Krempels Brain Injury Center does not dictate frequency or duration of attending our program. Instead, members choose their level of participation based on their own individual needs and their own goals. Beyond this programming, and perhaps most importantly, the Krempels Brain Injury Center provides its members with a safe and a welcoming community. This community becomes a foundation for members to have the confidence and the support to discover and reinvent themselves post-injury. Members have shared with me that Krempels Brain Injury Center was the reason that they got out of bed, and that it has been a lifeline to them as they begin again. As Terry mentioned, Krempels Brain Injury Center does not turn anyone away due to their inability to pay. This is possible in part because of the funding that we receive from New Hampshire Charitable Gaming, which is roughly $150,000 annually. A loss of this funding would directly impact our ability to deliver high-quality programming and essential supports and services to our members, likely resulting in a limitation on offerings and/or the number of individuals that we can serve. I'm here today to strongly urge you, the committee, to oppose House Bill 531. This opposition will allow Krempels Brain Injury Center and other nonprofits alike to continue to provide supports and services to those in need and to continue to strengthen New Hampshire communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yeah. Question.
Yes. Thank you. Would you please return? I don't like to ask you a question. Thank you for taking my question. Krempels Center I'm familiar with, and it seems like you have a pretty organized presentation group here today, which is terrific. And you may or may not be able to answer this, but I'm curious to know what effort it took to get Krempels on the list of the Brook, and how long that took, and what sort of effort you put in to get that. And then I have a follow-up for that.
I'm going to turn that over to Terry, who's development, and he'll let you know.
Sure. That's fine.
Thank you for your question, Representative Malloy. It's a wonderful question. I'm glad I get the opportunity to address it. So Krempels has been partnering with the Brook since 2011. At that time, we were getting paper checks once weekly, and the total of 10 consecutive days of gaming was around $14,000. Because we were so early in the application process, we have been able to maintain that relationship with the Brook. That said, staff turnover in both locations has been an ongoing threat to that relationship, and it is an annual question mark on if the funding will continue. So I want to make sure that it's clear that we do not rely on this in our budget. It is something that we hope for thoroughly.
Mr. Chair, follow up. Thank you. Anticipated my next question. I want to be a little more specific. How do you intend to maintain that relationship into the future?
So the Brook is very candid with us on their expectations of being a charitable gaming partner. We are making sure that we acknowledge their efforts around every corner and turn over every stone we can with the press and highlighting their good work. And they ask this of all of their charitable partners, and it's a very fair ask. Every year in January, where we submit a report of what we did with last year's funds, and then we discuss back and forth on if it will be 10 days again, when those days are. It's all a question mark every year, but it is a conversation between the partners, and I think all of these organizations would share that with their gaming organizations. Nothing's guaranteed. It is a partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Nicole.
Hi, I'm Ann Michael, and I'm with Fueled by Kids, and I'm testifying in opposition to HB 531. I'm part of the Fueled by Kids organization, which is a nonprofit that my daughter started when she was in high school to provide weekend food bags for kids in Manchester. In 2016, we started providing about 65 bags at one school. And over the course of these past years, we've grown to serve 21 schools in Manchester, and we do 1,130 bags a week. Basically, we don't have any employees, it's all volunteers, and our budget is about $235,000 that we'll spend on the food this year. 35% of that comes from our charitable gaming donations. And just quickly, if there was a limit, we've started in 2020 and we had about $60,000 in 2020. This year, this past year was $85,000. So that's $35,000. If there was a cap at $50,000, that basically provides 6 weeks of our weekend food bags for the kids in Manchester. Or another way to look at it is 175 kids for the whole year. So obviously that's an important part of our budget. And I just wanted to say that I strongly urge you to reject House Bill 531. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have two good, I can't read the last part of your name, Jane Good something. The last part of your,
So I wrote this yesterday, did not know I had 2 minutes. Much of what has been said, you know,
what
I
is your-
agree
I'm
with.
sorry, can you
Oh.
state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane Goodman.
Goodman, okay.
The ending is chicken scratch. Sorry about that. I'm the executive director of the Nashua Soup Kitchen and Shelter, and our mission is to provide food and shelter with dignity to individuals and families in need while promoting a path to independence through direct services and partnerships with many of the nonprofits that I've already spoken today. We're dedicated to serving some of the most vulnerable members of our community. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today about the potential impact of HB 531. Last year, our organization received nearly $100,000 in charitable gaming proceeds. So I guess we're in that second group, not that top group. Funding that is critical to our ability to provide shelter, meals, and essential services to those in need. In an annual budget of $3 million, this is a significant sum that directly translates into assistance for struggling individuals and families. Our revenue sources are diverse but fragile. We receive approximately 12% of our budget from state funding. That was mentioned, about $27 per bed night, costs over $50 per bed night. We're funded for 46 of our beds by the state. We have over 80 beds every night. So those costs just don't go away. 5% from grants and foundations, 5% from rental income, and 53% from contributions and donations. While private donations are our largest revenue stream, fundraising is always an ongoing challenge. Nonprofits like ours are in constant competition for donor attention, and economic uncertainties only make it more difficult to secure sustained support. Furthermore, in the current federal environment, there is a looming risk of losing additional funding, whether due to cuts at the federal level or reductions in funds passed down to states. Every dollar we receive is carefully allocated to provide direct services, and the loss of charitable gaming proceeds would create a gap that would be difficult, if not impossible, to fill. Redirecting nonprofit gaming revenue to the New Hampshire Lottery Commission does not strengthen our communities, it weakens them. Organizations like ours and many of my peer nonprofits that are here today rely on this funding to meet essential needs that would otherwise fall to state and local governments. Instead of taking resources away from nonprofits, we should be working together to ensure that charitable gaming continues to serve the very purpose it was designed for, supporting vital work in our community. I urge you to oppose this legislation and protect this essential funding source for nonprofits across the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Any questions?
And last but not least, Amy or Amity Ollis.
You got it right. It's Amity, just like
Amity.
Jaws, like
Okay.
Amityville, every horror movie. I swear I'm not a nightmare. I'm here. I'm actually not a not for profit. I am an accounting firm owner that only services nonprofits, and I'm the only one in the state of New Hampshire. So I come here with a lot of experience in seeing the day to day impact of charitable gaming for the nonprofits in our state. I would say for a lot of the small organizations, charitable gaming is 20 to 40% of their entire budget. So if we take that away from them, it's going to have serious consequences on the community in the state of New Hampshire. I did provide you a letter with some more information if that's helpful, and you're welcome to contact me and talk 990s anytime. But I just wanted to be here to kind of give a voice from the outside that gets to see on a day to day. I love my job. What the positive impact is of charitable gaming is in the state and how many different types of resources it creates. And I also wanted to point out too that right now, I didn't sleep last week. I don't know about any of you, but a lot of my not-for-profits were not able to access their federal funds last week. The cost of living in the state of New Hampshire has grown and charitable giving is down. So this leads to the huge impact of charitable gaming has created to help with budget deficits in the state of New Hampshire for nonprofits. The other thing is that the state is taking longer to pay in certain situations, and the saving grace has been charitable gaming. Literally, we've had conversations saying that, you know, maybe you should join charitable gaming to help build that extra 30 days of cash because it's now taking 60 days to get paid. A lot of nonprofits don't have another 30 days of cash just sitting around. So charitable gaming has been a lifeline for a lot of organizations in the state in the past few years, and they've contributed a lot of time and effort, as some folks have pointed out, in the lines to get into some of these locations and facilities and get on the lists. So respectfully, I oppose this bill. I'm available for questions at any time, and thank you so much for your service.
Thank you very much. Now, that's all I have for pink cards. Is there someone who has not testified, who did not fill out a pink card, who would like to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on HB 531. Okay. Now, trying to figure out how we're going to do the rest of our schedule here. I think what we're going to do is the committee is going to take a half-hour lunch break instead of an hour lunch break. We'll cut it to 1/2 hour. I'll ask committee members to be back here at 1 o'clock sharp because we will start. And we'll start at 1 o'clock on HB 588. I have 14 pink cards on that one. I think we underestimated the interest in both these bills, but we're doing our best to make it work. So 1 o'clock, HB 588, and then when that's done, we'll go to HB 591, and the exec session will happen after that. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Okay. Okay, the time being 1:05, we're going to get started. I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 588 and invite Representative Sally Fellows to introduce the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Sally Fellows. I represent the towns of Ashland, Holderness, and Plymouth. This bill is a proposal to bring more historic horse racing revenue into the Education Trust Fund. It does not tap table game revenues going to charity. New Hampshire has licensed charitable gaming facilities since 2006 for table games, such as roulette and 21. Profits are split between the casino operator and charities, with a very small portion going to the Lottery Commission to cover administrative expenses. Recently, there have been two significant developments that directly impact charitable revenue. In May of 2022, the rollout of historic horse racing machines, which resemble slot machines, began. Hundreds are already in place, and more will be added as new and renovated casinos expand. In July, the second thing that has happened is in July of 2023, the single wager limit for table games increased from $10 to $50. Gaming profits for operators and charities has skyrocketed. The fiscal note shows this bill will decrease FY26 revenue for charities, but when you use prehistoric horse rating data, which would be FY22, for comparison, they will take a dip, but they will quickly return to that level and then surpass that benchmark. As noted in the fiscal note of the previous bill that you heard, HB 31, the Lottery Commission expects casino profits to increase, quote, for the foreseeable future. This reasonable rate this bill will let the charity revenues increase at a reasonable rate and also at the same time provide $25 million for the next biennium budget of the state. I hope you will support this bill.
Thank you. Questions? Oh, I think Representative Doucette had a Representative Doucette, question?
Geez. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this basically would rewrite the platform we have in charitable gaming. We have charitable gaming. This would, I mean, part and parcel of the HHR, the advent of HHR was us having the ability to add yet another charity to the daily gaming. So this is a total rewrite of what we've passed. We've lived through the years where normal gaming didn't pass. We have a model that's working for charitable gaming. I understand that there's issues with other components of the state budget, but tell me why that this makes sense.
Well, as I stated, charitable gaming started in 2006 with table games. And so how long did we go? 15 years or so with that model, with the charities operating off table games. A lot of the charities that we heard testify on the last bill said that they've been receiving their money for a very long time. One of them mentioned 2011. So the historic horse racing it's in a different statute than the table games. And I really don't think that in 2006, anybody was thinking about historical horse racing in the state of New Hampshire. So I just think that This proposal continues what's been in place for almost 20 years and still allows charities to, they'll get more money. The data shows us that the historical horse racing, putting those in the casinos, has drawn in more people that spend money on the historical horse racing machines, and they also are spending more money on the table games, which this bill does not touch.
Follow up?
Just, I'm going to be real brief. There's a history of this legislature supporting gaming or not supporting gaming. This legislature in years past moved past normal casino operations for the benefit of the state. We have a charitable gaming model right now that a component is HHR. And I forgive me, Representative Fellows, I don't know if you were here during the HHR debate. Part of that component was adding yet another charity to the pool of charities that can benefit from charitable gaming. We don't have a model. Everything that was done was to benefit the charities at the end of the day. It wasn't to benefit the Education Trust Fund. This is a rewrite of statute. Let me continue my question.
The question is what?
My question is, for what purpose do you want to rewrite the whole model of charitable gaming so we can cut the charities off at the knees and send the money to lottery to fund the Education Trust Fund? Because that's what this, in fact, does. Why would you do that?
So I don't see this as any rewrite of any model. For 20 years we've had charitable gaming, and it was based on table games and the poker. I'm not an expert in that details, but what's new is the historical horse racing machines are new. They've only started to roll out just in May of 2022 is when we first saw any of those machines, and they've escalated dramatically. You said part of what you said was to bring more money into the state. I think that the state can include the state budget and not just charities.
Okay. All right. Seeing no more questions, thank you. Now, I have, this is very similar to the last one, but I have a few less pink cards. I have 14 people who would like to speak. We will implement a 2-minute limit, but I would also say that I know that I would guess that your thought process for opposing this, because every single one of you opposes this that I have a card for, would be very similar to your last one. So if you can summarize it or just come up and say you're against it, whatever, I think we understand the myriad of wonderful charities that and the work you're doing. So I just want to avoid a repeat of the same information. Anyways, with that, I'll call up Amity Olis.
Hello, I'm Amity Olis. You've met me before. I just wanted to say quickly on the historic horse racing, because it did come out during the pandemic, was a lifeline for a lot of the social service organizations in the state. And I'd just like everyone to consider that as part of the whole opposition and the bill as a whole. Thank you.
Can you take this? Let's call.
Thank you. And I have the next card is for Aaron Fairhurst. Thank you. Kevin Underminer is next.
Terry Highland on behalf of Krempels and Kevin and Aaron. I want to address what the bill sponsor was just speaking about and Rep. Doucette's question about HHR versus games of chance, and it's very relevant. I just reviewed our standard agreement from the last year with the Brook Casino, and all game of chance revenues were removed from the agreement, and that amount that I referenced last, $160,000 in revenues, was entirely from historic horse racing. The Brook and us, a charitable partner, make these standard agreements annually, and they write them, and we go back and forth and we discuss what would be the best strategy for everybody. And so I want that to be on record, that it's not necessarily one or the other or both. It can be whatever in the standard agreement. And this bill does nothing to protect, games of chance versus historic horse racing going to these charities. So again, to repeat, last year, all of the revenues from charitable gaming to our organization came from historic horse racing, none from game of chance table games.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative?
Just for the sake of clarity, that's probably not what should have happened. There should be a percentage split that was well defined in the statute. So maybe you're not reading it correctly. I'm just suggesting that you take another look at it.
I can take another look at it, but I do know
there should be a percentage from table games and a percentage from HHR.
Yeah.
So.
We did get the entire take from HHR, which I can confidently say contributed to the increase. But potentially you're correct that there may have been table games as well. Yeah. But even so, massive increase because of HHR. So to the point, it is a huge part of these revenues that are important to these charities.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Pat Abrami. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pat Abrami. By the way, I'll say something new. I'm from Stratham, just for the record, and I'm representing myself. I was involved, as I said earlier, in bringing historic racing to the state. Representative Doucette and I insisted that in that bill, we would increase the number of charities to 2 for every night. Okay, which we've done, and with the goal of increasing the number of charities that would be benefiting from this. Now, from the fiscal note of the last bill, they said in 2024 there were 815 charities that received money from the games of chance, and 698 charities that received money from HHR. And that's because not every one of these facilities, and there's 14 or so currently, have historic racing machines. Because that technology is technology, it requires certain staffing, and it's more complicated than it may sound. So I did a quick math on this bill. A very important thing I have to do is, if you have your bill in front of you, if you go to line 10 and 11 of the bill, it says, what is crossed out is each licensee operating historic racing machines must contract with 2 licensed charitable organizations for each game date. That's crossed out. So I would imply, that says to me, unless this bill is amended, that we're down to 1 charity, again, per night, if this bill passes the way it is. And I did a rough calculation, and I said, well, let's say there's 14 facilities and everybody had 10 days. That would be about 36.5 slots for charities, times 14 locations. That's around 511 charities. So only 511 charities would be able to participate at the max. And out of the currently 800 plus 815 that are there. So a reduction of about 304 charities, give or take. I'm just estimating. So that's the impact of this bill. The number of charities that can participate are going to go away. The way the bill is written is no longer 2 charities per each. So you got to understand, when we first did this bill, it took us 2 years to pass this bill. The bill, not this bill, but to pass the historic racing. And it was really the charities that second year that came and they did videos, they did all sorts of things that they would share with the legislators about why this was a thing. And now to pull this away, I'll be, I respectfully am opposing this bill, obviously, but it's kind of a betrayal to these charities. We're changing the game midstream. I think that's what Representative Doucette was trying to say. You can't just pull the rug out from all of these charities. And again, it's going to transfer $12.5 million will be transferred from the charities to the state. And basically, as you know, the net profit from lottery all goes into the Education Trust Fund. So, and the prime sponsor made no qualms about it. That was the motivation for this bill. We want to take money from the charities. That sounds negative, but we want to take monies from something established, helping a lot of charities, and moving it over to the Education Trust Fund, which was never the intent of what we did. We were trying to expand the number of charities that can be involved. So I would say if this bill were ever to get passed, unless the bill is amended, you're down to one charity a night for a facility, which is not good. So that's all I have to say on this one. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Any yes, Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the Honorable Pat Abrami, for taking my question. Appreciate it. I'm doing some math here, and I just see if this makes sense to you. That's the question. See if this makes sense to you. There's been an increase in the number of charities that have benefited by this. And I think you said there are 815 that are benefiting by the games of chance,
right?
And 698 with historic horse racing.
Right. And
So,
yeah,
I mean,
I'm not from the fiscal note from the prior bill. Those two numbers.
I'm give or take.
Give or take,
Yeah,
right,
you're right. Yeah. I added that up to be 1,513. Is that 1,513 individual different charities?
No. The maximum number of charities is the 800 number, because some of the facilities that they're at have both historic racing and games of chance. Some don't. That's why one number is smaller than the other. But again, what happens is if you're at the Brook, let's say, and they have both historic racing and they have charitable games of chance, table games, basically those monies get pooled together and divided equally from both those. It gets divided equally between the two charities that are sponsoring that for those 10 days.
Follow up?
Follow up.
The follow-up. So how many charities in this state are benefiting from charitable gaming? What table?
800 and what did I'll have to look my note. 815 right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I just
thank
wanted
you.
to say one more other thing, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
If you go to the fiscal note on this bill, on the last page, it shows that right now, charitable organizations get of the historic racing money. They get 8.7% of the gross revenue, which is basically they call it gross, but it's really the net after payouts. Okay. Lottery gets 16.25, which goes to the state, and the operators get 75%. But if in the commission that I talked about last time, we had the outside consultants verify that this was a fair split. That was one of my biggest questions. Is this fair? Are we giving the facilities too much? It came back, they got a clean bill of health. So again, everybody, as I said for the last bill, in the last 2 or 3 years, since everybody is getting more, the facilities are getting more, the charities are getting more, and the lottery is getting a lot more, or AKA the state. So this program as it is helping everybody, including the state is getting a lot more revenue because of this.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure, this is only my second term, so I want to make sure I've got some dates correct. As I understand it, the original bill that involved table games only was in 2006, and then the HHR machines since 2022.
Right.
That's correct?
That's correct.
All right. In that time, the amount of money that's gone to charities has increased significantly.
Exponentially.
Exponentially. Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Thank you. At the same time, our citizens' property taxes have increased enormously because of diminished funding for education and other services. How would you suggest that we tell our citizens, our constituents, we're going to let your property taxes keep rising because we want to support charities? I mean, I'm not trying to bait anybody. I'm really stuck here.
Representative, I mean, I'll let him answer if he wants, but this is really more of a policy that maybe we discussed during our work session.
It's you know, if we want to dismantle basically charitable gaming, that's a bigger issue. We're partially dismantling it now. You got to remember we had a lot less charities involved before historic racing machines, and we've met that goal of increasing that number of charities. And I you know, it comes down to a political decision on the part of everyone here. You know, do we want to use this as a way of funding education, or do we want to keep on funding the charities? I personally fall on the side of, you know, funding the charities. I don't like changing the rules of the game in the middle. Again, remember, a lot of these charities were involved in supporting bringing historic racing here. And now we're saying 3 years later, well, we didn't really mean it. You know, we're going to take that money away from you. It also is going to be not only less charities involved, but the total amount that individual charities get will also be reduced from if this bill passes. So I'll leave it at that. I just want to talk about one other thing. Representative Almy, you brought up problem gambling before, and we as a commission, that wasn't our charge, but we came up a lot. So we had extra money. We actually had 125,000 funded to bring in a consultant. We didn't spend all of that. So we brought in a second consultant on problem gaming. And there's a whole interesting report that they came with all the possible solutions to problem gaming and prevention that I think it'd be worthy of the Ways and Means to take a peek at as well. It's a whole separate report. It's an appendix, that report, and the original report from the consultants in there as well.
Yeah, we'll get a copy of that report. I think that's there's a lot of valuable information in there, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So,
Right.
yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Okay, one last question, Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick clarifying question. You said that we would be defunding the charitable organizations through this bill. I'm a little confused. Wouldn't that be just putting the same amount of money into a different bucket to disperse?
No.
Well, it's going to defund the charities.
Takes the charity out of it.
Well, the charities could ask for the money out of finance, couldn't they?
Well, there's already a mechanism. State law already has a mechanism, and so we would have to. That would bring in a whole new situation.
Right. That I don't need to answer that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
former
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Brahmi. Okay. Kathleen Reardon.
Good afternoon, Chair,
and members of the committee, thank you for hearing from me. My name is Kathleen Reardon. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits. We are a statewide nonprofit association that strengthens and gives voice to New Hampshire's nonprofits through leadership, learning opportunities, and collaboration. We have more than 800 members currently. And I'm not going to repeat a lot of what has been said earlier today about how incredibly important this revenue stream is for nonprofits. I will reiterate a couple of points, and that is here in New Hampshire, we rely on our nonprofits for many services that in other states are performed by government. So the fact that the legislature decided, as has been noted, to make charitable gaming was a very important policy decision, and we would urge you to stay the course with that. I will just leave it at that and entertain any questions.
Thank you. Seeing none, thank you very much. Terry Nyland Jr. Okay, thank you. Amy Harrington.
Hi, thank you for another opportunity to reinforce our goals here. In hearing what many people said, I guess maybe simplistically for our organization, we look at this as a very straightforward way to be quick to be able to react, as opposed to going through another level of, I don't want to say bureaucracy, but when you're applying for grants and when you're doing other means to find funding, it makes it really difficult, especially when many of these organizations are run by volunteers who have other full-time jobs. Being able to access these funds in a very straightforward way is super helpful. I guess I'm going to look at it as sort of a farm to table concept, as opposed, but you flip it around, it's table to farm. So my point is, this is just something that is very helpful to be able to, get a kid a winter jacket at school within a couple of days, as opposed to trying to run around and source the money. This allows us to act very quickly and have funds on hand.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What happened? Okay. Wait a minute, what was that? Did I what did I do with that pink one? Okay. Amy Harrington? Did oh, she just spoke. Okay.
She's done.
No, you didn't. You don't have her name in it. That's why I got confused. Okay. Erica Crea.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Crea. I am the Executive Vice President for New Hampshire Soccer Association. I already was up here before. I am up here again in opposition of House Bill 588. I do want to share what charitable gaming provides for our members. And one of those things is amputee soccer. What that is, it gives a community of people the ability to play a game that they love. We had a young man, loved soccer, was a player. He lost his leg. He was devastated, obviously from the trauma of losing your leg, but from the trauma of losing something that's a part of you. And that's the game of soccer for a lot of these people. He came to one of our amputee training events and he immediately found his joy again. And that's something that these charitable gamings allows nonprofits to do. And I urge you not to pass it. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you. Lily Wellington.
Hello again. My name is Lily Wellington. I live and work in Concord, and I won't bring up any of the other wonderful points that my fellow nonprofit employees have brought up, but I did want to talk a little bit about how we, I think, are both trying to do the same thing. We all have obligations when it comes to funding, right? So I have an obligation to make sure that I'm providing services to the community, to our most vulnerable members, as well as to my staff. You have an obligation to meet the various needs of your constituents and the state. And one of the points that I wanted to bring up was that 14% of the state's workforce is employed by a nonprofit. And my concern here is that if you start to pick one thread of a very, very tenuous funding situation, you could pull and unravel an entire sweater without knowing it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Amy Hollingworth, I'm sorry.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak again. I'm Amy Hollingworth, and I'm the Executive Director of NHMI in the Safe Sports Network program. Basically, trying not to repeat things that you've heard before, but trying to continue to relay the impact that the charitable gaming and the HHS ARC does for us. So charitable gaming has been a vital lifeblood, as you know, for a lot of nonprofits across the U.S. So just want to, again, remind at a time when, the economy is already strained, leading to unfortunate downfall of many nonprofits already. Putting the interests of the Lottery Commission above the welfare of these nonprofits is something that we are against. So, again, respectfully asking you to reject the HB 588.
Thank you. Michelle O'Malley.
Can you hear me now? Good afternoon. My name is Michelle O'Malley. Again, I am the CEO of Webster House Children's Home, which has been around for 141 years. I'm so very proud to be a part of that mission. And I am testifying in opposition of HB 588. Again, I just want to reiterate that based on our contract with the state of New Hampshire, we receive a daily rate from the state, which covers only half of our expenses, 50% of our expenses. It is my sole job and responsibility to meet that gap, to close that gap. And I'm so eternally grateful for the funding that we have received from charitable gaming. It will negatively impact our operation if we do not have that funding. I strongly urge you to reject HB 588. Thank you.
Thank you. John Tousignant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you did an even better job with the pronunciation that time around. Bonjour, encore. In marketing, they say you need to hear a message 7 times for it to sink in. So hopefully I've said bonjour a few times and you'll say it to me the next time you see me on the street. But with regard to this legislation, certainly I'm with the Franco-American Center. We're against it. Back in earlier this afternoon, I was looking through my MySpace profile and I realized that that's what I had back in 2006. And, now I've actually evolved to Facebook, maybe never to go to Instagram or TikTok for sure. But I think that this charitable gaming has certainly evolved over time, and the inclusion of historical horse racing has helped to make more money available to more nonprofits to do more good in our communities. And so I hope that you'll certainly vote against this legislation and the moving of historic horse racing into the education fund. Thank you.
Mike Appleberg.
So good afternoon. Hello again. I'm starting to enjoy going after my friend John, the crazy Frenchman. I'll send you an email from my AOL account shortly. I am the president of the United Way of Greater Nashua. Of course, we are here encouraging you to vote HB 588 and expedient to legislate. We look at this as, I'd like to say, what we really see going on here is this is in fact a tax on the nonprofit sector. Nothing short of that. It's a $12.5 million tax on the nonprofit sector. Now, it's hard for me. I mean, how would a United Way guy say don't fund education? Of course, we think it's important to fund education. We just don't think it should be done on the back of the sector, which is also trying to support education. When historic horse racing went into place, and I spent several years, thank you to Representative Abrami taking us down memory lane, talking to this committee about that, there was an extreme push. There was a push to double the number of charities that there are in the state. And there's also been a push, which wasn't mentioned, to strongly encourage the gaming operators to reduce the number of days they give to 7, even though 10 is what is allowed by statute. So when Representative Fellows thinks that there will be this increasing trend of revenue, what that doesn't take into account is if you pull away historic horse racing, you're also still having in place double the number of charities with less days on their plate. This will in fact absolutely take away money from the charities in the state. I really don't have any other points to make than that, but I do appreciate you listening and would encourage you to vote in expedient on this particular bill. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the pink cards I have. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay. And I would ask you just fill out a pink card later and pass it up.
Happy to do so. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Dawn Belmore. I'm accompanying Amy Hollingworth on behalf of NHMI and the Safe Sports Network. This has been an invigorating day watching democracy at work. And I know I'm in a tough spot because I'm extending our day by a little bit of time, but there was precedent. Other folks have talked about both bills together. So as an observer from the back, I think if you've ever heard the analogy, I don't have any swimmers or divers in the room. No sport folk? Okay. So the only thing that's similar about swimming and diving is the fact that there's a pool and there's water. I think what it's been interesting to me today as I listen to these bills and I listen to the discussion and the vibrant discussion from my peers is the only thing that is the thread between these two bills that brought all of us here to talk to you today is in fact the charitable gaming portion and all of our nonprofits. So the first bill aimed to say that some charities were making too much money or unfairly more than other charities. And so the resolution to that for that bill that was proposed was instead to just cap all of us at the same dollar amount without scaffolding people that were making less or taking those funds and letting them go to other people who, as you say, are unable to break into charitable gaming themselves. With this bill, the same thing I'm hearing is that, again, a subset of folks that are getting an opportunity to make some of this income are going to just be completely cut out because theirs happens to be given to them through historic horse racing. And instead, it won't be given to any other charities who are doing this ground stakes effort work for the citizens of New Hampshire. And they're again giving it to, I'm so sorry for my ignorance, the Lottery Commission. I did try to research things before coming today. I don't know how quickly government works, but my personal preparation for today was very short. And I know I'm showing my ignorance. I appreciate you. I just want to say that I had a lot of trouble figuring out the fund that the Lottery Commission, all of its work, like what does it function to do? I saw things like fees and I don't know. It really looked as though that fund might do a lot of different things. And so I can't confidently say that I knew it was directly going to go to education, like some of my other people have said. I appreciate the opportunity. I would love to engage in more dialogue. I think this is very important work, and I appreciate everyone's time here today.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else? Oh.
During when Terry spoke.
See it? I don't know.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee as well. So a quick point I wanted to make, and I do apologize if this has already been discussed.
I'm sorry, what was your name
Oh,
again?
I'm sorry. Kevin Underreiner, I live in Dover.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So very quickly, something I hadn't discussed before. So having this funds, if the bill passes, go to a large amount of money, go to the Lottery Commission, what is the cost that the Lottery Commission is going to incur to handle that money? And so with charitable contributions, with nonprofits, money is very important. Currently, the allocation of that money, I think I heard $15 million a year roughly, that's being handled by the gaming companies themselves, as well as nonprofits trying to get the money to go to them. So if the money goes to the Lottery Commission, does the Lottery Commission have in its budget additional funds to manage this money? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 588. Well, there's only two. No. Okay, the time being 1:48, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 591. And prime sponsor is not here, so we'll ask Representative Tierney to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Jim Tierney. I'm the representative for COAS 1, which is Dalton, Lancaster, Northumberland, and Stratford. And I am actually pinch hitting here for Brian Cole. I'm not even a co-sponsor on this one. And this one basically is to expand the hours for Keno Gaming on weekends. And if you look at the bill, there we go. It keeps everything on the weekdays the same, but on the weekends, it'll expand them to 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. from the current 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. And that is all this bill does. And if you look at the fiscal note, estimates for 2025 are zero revenue, but for 26, 27, and 28 on, it's 111,455 and 26, and then 222,909 as far as they're showing. So it's an increase of revenue. It's just giving folks an extra 3 hours to play the games.
Do you know if there's, was there already times on Saturday and Sunday? Do we know? Same as the other.
Yeah, it was just 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. and they want to change them now to 8 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Close the hearing.
We will close the hearing on HB 591. And now we're only 20 minutes behind schedule.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
do I remember correctly that we voted to expand the hours last term, and this is a further extension?
I don't remember. Does anyone?
Was it,
remember?
it was, wasn't, it was,
Not-
thank you.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, now. We're going to start our exec session very shortly, like in a
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know if you saw Charlie was sitting back there or not.
we appreciate him being here just in case. All right, looks like everyone's back here. And I'm pleased to report that we're not too far behind schedule. We did a good job catching up. So I'm going to open the executive session on HB 502 and recognize Representative Ullery for a motion.
I move ITL, Mr. Chair.
Do I have a second? Second by Representative Doucette. Any discussion? Yes, Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This ITL of complete corporate reporting that is being proposed for House Bill 502 is saying that we here in the state have one party that supports this two-tier rule of law in regards to tax liability. One for New Hampshire domestic companies versus foreign multinational companies. The New Hampshire Supreme Court said in 1986, in a written opinion, the Water's Edge method was adopted for the benefit of foreign businesses. The nature of Water's Edge formula requires that foreign subsidiaries be treated differently than New Hampshire domestic subsidiaries. The difference is that the New Hampshire domestic subsidiaries' income is subject to taxation, while foreign multinational subsidiaries' income is not in New Hampshire. The New Hampshire Supreme Court, the Water's Edge method eliminates overseas business organizations from subjection to the New Hampshire business profits tax. This is not a new tax. This is not a new tax rate. The reported tax liability revenue, when included in the BPT paid to the state of New Hampshire DRA, like our New Hampshire domestic companies presently do, would put additional revenue in the Education Trust Fund, providing property tax relief by increasing public education funding. This bill says, in conclusion, just pay the full tax liability like our domestic New Hampshire community businesses are doing. Equal under the law, not two tiers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, Representative Opal.
I think fundamentally the issue is one of trust. Democracy and the rule of law function on the fundamental principle that we trust that we'll all be treated the same. And yet, those people who run New Hampshire businesses are not treated the same as foreign multinationals. As Representative Schamberg said, we have a New Hampshire Supreme Court decision that explicitly makes that point. One other quick thing. There have been some representations about the commission report. I would hope again that before you vote on the floor, that you would take the opportunity to read both the majority and the minority reports. I think it's important to read both. One of the things you will notice in the majority report is, although it was represented as this 7-1 vote, in fact, it was not. The representative from BIA very explicitly said they weren't taking a position. The representative from the CPA Society said very explicitly they were not taking a position. The representative from the Department of Revenue Administration said very explicitly they were not taking a position. The actual only votes to take a position were the 4 legislative members, including Representative Schamberg, who was the one vote against the majority report. And there were a number of things, I think, in the majority report that the minority report refuted. So I would urge you to read both. But again, there was someone that I worked with at the Pentagon, a Navy admiral, who said once that you can surge people and you can surge equipment, but you can't surge trust. And this is fundamentally a question of trust, whether the people of New Hampshire can trust that the tax system is the same for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, please, if you have the time and are unable to go to sleep, you can read both of the reports. They're relatively complete and in detail of the commission that Representative Spilsbury chaired. I was on that. I was one of the 7 in favor. And yes, agencies did not vote because agencies should not vote on legislative commission reports. And the CPA Association did not vote, although their testimony was that trying to enforce this was going to be rather complex, as was indicated by the Department of our DRA when they spoke here. The fact of the matter is, revenues have increased under our current tax system, and they would likely have decreased under the 40-year-old proposal that is being made by the other side. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else? Yes, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My recall, which I admit sometimes is getting fuzzy lately, of Representative Spilsbury's testimony here boiled down to opposition because getting something like this implemented was going to be too difficult. That was the main opposition, and I respect difficulty. We all know that we live with difficulties and we're dealing with a difficult budget. But to present the only opposition as this would be too hard to implement, to me does not seem a sufficient condition to vote against it. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 502 FN, a bill relative to complete corporate reporting for unitary businesses under the business profits tax and revenues from the state education property tax. The motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ulrich.
On House Bill 502, I vote aye.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Suddy.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Stevensmith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
No.
Representative Southworth.
No.
Representative Malloy.
No.
Representative Schomburg.
No.
Representative Bolton.
No.
Representative Elberger.
No.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
No.
Representative Oppel.
No.
Representative Spar.
No.
Thank you. Chairman Jananigan.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
No.
No.
No, it's phonetic, Janigian.
Janigian. The
Janigian.
sleepy clerk counts it.
Like an apple with
It's gonna be a long 2 years.
You'll get it.
Clerk counts 11 to 9.
Somebody missing? Yeah, everyone's here. It should be 11-9.
Who's going to be
Okay.
the minority report?
Representative Opal will.
Opal will do the minority report.
What's his first name?
Tom.
Yes. They're both Toms. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that explains a lot.
Okay, I'll close the executive session on HB 502. Next up, I'm going to open the exec session on HB 318 and recognize Representative Sodi for a motion.
Yeah, the motion is ITL.
Do I have a second on HB 318? Representative Doucette. And would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. This bill basically doesn't increase any funding. It just looks to shift monies around from one pocket of the government to the other pocket. Problem is, it's going to a pocket that has a hole in it, the education system. The inflation rate is, so far, the school funding has outpaced inflation exponentially.
that issue is going to be addressed hopefully by the new committee on funding policy. So I don't see any need for this bill.
Okay. Anybody else? Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in opposition to the ITL motion. I'm standing for the taxpayers of Wilmot and Sutton that I represent, and for the rest of the property taxpayers of New Hampshire. I'm standing for property tax relief. This is one out-of-the-box approach of present tax revenue. It does not increase taxes. It just changes the percentage established under Title 5, 77E:14. The intent is to increase the amount of the business enterprise tax that would be deposited into the Education Trust Fund. It would be a 43.9% increase of $68 million estimated, and it would provide an option for the legislature to address adequate funding issues. This bill does not increase any tax rates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. This bill does not increase any tax rates, but it does move badly needed money from the general fund to the Education Trust Fund. And at that point, the Finance Committee will be able to decide what to do with it in the Education Trust Fund. I am voting against.
Okay. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're voting on House Bill 318FN relative to the percentage of revenue from the business enterprise tax deposited in the Education Trust Fund. The motion is ITL. Representative Ulrich.
Aye.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sadi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Byer.
Ryer.
Ryer. Representative Ford. Thank you, sir. Stand corrected.
Yes.
Representative Mary Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy. Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
No.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
No.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
No.
Representative Oppel.
No.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes. Well said.
I'll have to do another one. By a count of 16-4. ITL's.
The vote 16-4 for ITL. Is there going to be a minority report, Representative Schamberg?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, with that, I'll close the executive session on HB 318.
Be regular calendar. It's up.
Yes, regular calendar.
Next week we're going to be staying until midnight.
Okay, now I will open the executive session on HB 255 and recognize Representative Sodi.
Yeah, the motion again is ITL.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Would you like to speak to your motion?
All the same reasons as before. Doesn't address runaway costs.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Schamberg,
like to
you might have
present-
something to say.
I do have a slightly different approach. Oops. Wrong one. The intent of this bill was to increase the amount of business profits tax that would go into the education trust fund. It would be $158 million. I am, as I campaigned, said we have to think out of the box to resolve this issue of public education funding, adequate funding, and addressing the SWIP. I was hoping that this committee would say, okay, 41-59, let's go 50-50, but we're not getting there. So I'm still standing for property tax relief. I am also standing for the taxpayers of Wilmot and Sutton, that I campaigned on this. There would be property tax relief, and if I'm the only Democrat that will stand up for that, that's what I'm going to do. So I once again do not favor the approach being taken by the ITL. Thank you.
Seeing no other desire to speak, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Get caught up here. This is 255.
Yes.
Thank you. We are voting on House Bill 255-FN, increasing the percentage of revenue deposited into the Education Trust Fund from the business profits tax. Motion on the floor is ITL. Representative Ulrey.
Aye.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sadi.
Yes.
Representative Ors.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy. Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
No.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
No.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
No.
Representative Oppel.
No.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janagian.
Yes.
16-4.
Representative Schamberg will.
There'll be a minority report.
Okay. And with that, I'll close the executive session on HB 255. And I'll let the clerk catch up.
Mr. Chairman, when would you like those minority reports?
Yesterday afternoon.
Yesterday. Well, I've got two here already written out. No.
Do you
Tomorrow?
have them written out?
Email?
Tomorrow would be good.
Okay.
We have a chance to get them into the calendar. You have yours done?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you've got two. You've got two. So if everyone can get it done by,
We have three.
you have, you have,
No, 502, 318, 255.
okay, yeah. So if everyone can get their, if you can get your minority reports into me by noontime tomorrow, it would be appreciated so we can try to get it onto the calendar.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Should we email them directly to you or to Jennifer, or how would you?
Email them to me. You can,
Okay.
yeah, you can copy Karen if you want.
Okay.
Okay, good. With that, open the exec session on HB 135 and recognize Representative Ullery.
Move ITL.
Do I have a second on that? You want to second it? Motion of ITL on HB 135.
I'm not sure what he said, but.
Oh.
I said ITL.
IT.
I was confused also.
No IT.
I'm sorry.
So the motion is, yeah. Okay, Representative Almy seconds it. And would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Uh,
For the record, yes, this has come up several times. Previously, when we were discussing the Wayfair situation, and it was before our committee, Representative Almy was chair, and we discussed this rather thoroughly. I was in favor of this type of activity. However, I will quote from a comment of the Attorney General, New Hampshire Attorney General at the time. No argument was presented in Wayfair that South Dakota's collections efforts were prohibited by protections in another state's constitution. That was just not an issue. The New Hampshire Attorney General went on to say that all that the Wayfair decision did was shift the point of sale from where the money was collected to where the product was delivered.
Representative Almy.
Could just add a bit to that. Representative Major and I worked this issue, delaying it for many years. But it went to the U.S. Supreme Court. It had about 45 of the states behind it, and it had one state, us, against it. And the U.S. Supreme Court decided the issue and put and suggested guidelines, guardrails for it. In their report, both the majority and the minority reports suggested guardrails. And what the bill that we crafted together, all of us, including Jess Edwards in the end, did was to say, if you violate these implicit guardrails, we'll figure out how to take you to the Supreme Court again. And that's about as good as we can get.
Okay, Representative Ullery.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, the bill that came out of Ways and Means at that time was adopted by the House. And we heard testimony on this bill that there was no one that really has utilized that bill. The key element here is nexus of business operations. And if you're large enough to sell a couple $1 billion worth of, well, $100,000 worth of goods in another place, well, you're selling to that other place. So you're subject to their laws. It already applies in a lot of stuff that I buy over the internet with Amazon. If their home state has a sales tax and New Hampshire doesn't have a sales tax, it's delivered to my driveway and I don't pay a sales tax. So it already is, it works. Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are voting on House Bill 135 relative to the collection of sales taxes of foreign jurisdictions by New Hampshire businesses. The motion on the floor is ITL. Representative Ullery.
Aye.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Orrs.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith.
Yes.
Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
Yes.
Representative Uppel.
Aye.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Danigian.
Yes.
20-0.
The vote being 20-0, if there's no objection, we'll put this on consent. Seeing none, it will go on consent. Okay, now, I'll close the executive session on HB 135. That concludes today's executive session. I will say I'll modify what I said slightly earlier. If you can get me the majority and minority reports tonight sometime, that would actually be better, because getting them to me tomorrow at noontime means that we have a meeting and I'll have to review them during that time. Would be, if you can't get it till noontime tomorrow, that's fine, but I would ask if you can get it to me tonight, that'd be preferable. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, now,
What are we doing tomorrow?
hi.
As a newbie, what's the, well, it's just a couple sentences, right?
It's,
For the calendar or?
yeah, it can be a couple sentences, it can be longer, whatever you think is necessary to explain your position.
2 or 3 sentences.
It doesn't have to be long.
Yeah, I mean, if it's gonna be, because it's all
Yeah.
printed in the calendar, I don't wanna go on and on.
Yeah.
And no one's going to read it.
They
if
will,
does,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, that too.
They may not read it anyway, but,
Yeah.
Well, that
Okay.
You can probably find an example like we,
I've seen some already.
Yeah,
I just
okay,
wanted to
good.
confirm that.